highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना।
अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है।
विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love.
Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival de Cannes. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना।
अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है।
विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम।
Welcome back. The Supreme Court is scheduled to pronounce its judgment on a batch of pleas challenging Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra laws allowing the traditional bull taming sport, Jallikattu and bullock cart races, and that judgment is coming up today.
Right, remember it was a huge controversy in Tamil Nadu when at one point the Supreme Court had ruled against it, and now taken back to the Supreme Court. Tamil Nadu had passed its own law allowing Jallikat, and many pleas against it for cruelty to the animal. Now it is a bull taming sport that is played as part of the Pongal Harvest Festival in Tamil Nadu. A 5-judge constitution bench headed by Justice K.M. Joseph will be pronouncing its verdict. According to the cause list published in the Supreme Court's website, a single judgment will be pronounced by Justice Aniruddha Bose.
Now, the petitions, including one filed by animal rights body PETA, have challenged the state law that allowed the bull taming sport in Tamil Nadu.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break.
Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
We don't just...
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive.
Our top story now, and after 4 days of hard negotiations, the Congress will announce Siddaramaiah as Chief Minister and DK Shivakumar as his deputy at the Congress Legislative Party meeting in Bengaluru this evening. So finally, this tussle that we've all been reporting for the last 4 days has been resolved.
Absolutely, Gargi. Since, that result that came out on Saturday, it's taken days for that decision to be made, and that oath-taking ceremony, which is supposed to take place, will now be taking place on Saturday. Siddaramaiah will be elected as the Congress Legislative Party leader, and cabinet formation discussions are almost complete, according to sources, Gargi.
That's right, and according to reports, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge worked through the night to find this solution. And let's go across to Sunil Prabhu for more. And Sunil, tell us more firstly about how, finally this issue is resolved. A huge sigh of relief for the Congress and all you reporters who've been tracking this story for the last 4 days. But Sonia Gandhi's intervention finally led to DK Shivakumar accepting the proposal.
That's right. That's what we have been told, that, he really softened his position after the intervention of Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi really making that plea to him, saying that I am there, I will handle it. Of course, it all hinges on the Lok Sabha elections and how, the performance takes place in terms of how they can go forward. The fine-tuning is really being worked out about power sharing post, the 2.5 years. Those are certain finer details. What we have been told is 2-3 important points. One, that the Congress President, Mr. Kharge, along with the former Congress President Sonia Gandhi, really worked on Mr. DK Shivakumar to find a resolution. It was with the intervention of Sonia Gandhi over telephone that he did finally yield and softened his position, and was assured that she will take care of his position and his work that he has done. Mr. Siddaramaiah was also explained that he's been given because there's no other way to accommodate him, given the fact that he's also been a mass campaigner and has had the majority of MLAs in support of him. So it's in this backdrop that Mr. DK Shivakumar finally conceded. The big issue is now that Mr. DK Shivakumar will continue as the PCC chief, as well as, of course, get some key portfolios. What we have been told is that those fine-tuning is still being worked out by Mr. Randeep Surjewala, the ASAC General Secretary in charge, Mr. Venugopal, as well as other senior leaders to accommodate various other segments. For example, they will have to ensure that there is a proper representation of Lingayats, of the Dalits, both the left and the right, of the Muslims who have voted for the Congress this time. Mr. DK Shivakumar himself is a Vokiliga, and other regions which have to be represented. So it's in this backdrop, and of course the Christians, Mr. KJ George is also a likelihood to become the cabinet minister, who has been now 9 times elected. So these are certain details. The fine-tuning, what we have been told by the top Congress sources, is still to be worked out. But the swearing in, as you rightly said, will be on the 20th. All like-minded parties have been invited, and they plan to have a grand show to show opposition unity on that day.
Right. So, Sunil, we don't know the exact details of the power sharing or the exact number of portfolios, but that announcement expected this evening in Bengaluru, and that swearing-in ceremony to take place on the weekend.
That's right, Divya. As we've been saying consistently, that the swearing-in and the announcement will be made in Bangalore, the Congress Legislative Party. The observers have been asked to take a flight to Bangalore to conduct the proceedings, and then, of course, they will stake their claim to the governor later, as soon as the CLP meeting is over, and bring in the formalities for government formation, and as we've been reporting, the swearing in on the 20th at 12:30 at the Kantirva Stadium.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with all those details.
So finally, the tussle for chief ministership there resolved. Well, moving on to other news now. The Quad summit in Australia has been cancelled, but Prime Minister Modi's scheduled visit to the three nations does start tomorrow, and that remains unchanged.
Absolutely, Gargi. Including Australia and Japan, the Prime Minister will be on a 6-day visit to many nations in order to attend the three key multilateral summits, including that of Group of 7, that's the G7 and the Quad. Our colleague Meghan gets us the details.
Cancellation of Quad summit in Australia has not changed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's scheduled visit to three nations starting 19th of this month. Prime Minister will be travelling to Hiroshima in Japan to attend the G7 summit on Japanese Prime Minister Kishida Fumio's invite. Prime Minister is expected to hold several bilateral on the sidelines of the summit and also attend a meeting between all the Quad leaders over the weekend. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the G7 gathering and is expected to speak on issues around peace, stability and climate change. From Japan, PM Modi will travel to Port Moresby in Papua New Guinea, becoming the first ever Indian Prime Minister to visit the island nation. Along with the host nation's Prime Minister, Mr. Modi will be inaugurating the third summit of the Forum of Indo-Pacific Island Cooperation, apart from holding a couple of bilaterals there. Finally, Prime Minister will be heading to Sydney, where he has several engagements. Prime Minister will be sitting down for a bilateral with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. He will also be interacting with the top Australian CEOs and business leaders. A grand welcome and community reception has been planned by the Indian diaspora on 23rd of May, for which major preparations are already underway.
Well, news now from Maharashtra, and the BJP has begun its poll preparations in Maharashtra with JP Nadda's 2-day visit there.
Now, even as Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and NCP's Sharad Pawar both called for a meeting of the parties in order to discuss their strategies, the BJP begins the poll preparations in Maharashtra.
After the Karnataka setback and 2 consecutive by-poll losses in Maharashtra, has the BJP decided to prepare for assembly elections in the state well in advance? Or is this an indication that BMC polls are to be announced very soon? These are the questions that arise as BJP party president Mr. JP Nadda spends 2 days in Mumbai and Pune. Nadda's itinerary is packed with meetings on poll preparations. He will be sitting down with BJP MPs and MLAs along with a separate meeting with the cabinet ministers. In Pune, he will be addressing 1,200 newly appointed members of the Maharashtra Working Committee. The message is simple. BJP has to strive to win all 48 Lok Sabha seats in the state.
सभी समाज के वर्गों को जोड़कर गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित सभी लोगों का विकास किस प्रकार से हो सकता है, इसकी बहुत गहराई से चिंतन करके इन स्कीमों को जो आगे लेकर के आए हैं.
There is speculation about BMC polls again after Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis predicted its possibility by October or November this year.
असं आहे की आता आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की साधारणपणे जी सुप्रीम कोर्टातली केस आहे ती आता जुलैमध्ये येईल, कारण ती त्यांनी याच्यानंतर व्हॅकेशन नंतर ठेवली आहे. त्याचा अंदाज घेऊन मी बोलून राहिलोय, म्हणजे मला काही त्याची कल्पना नाहीये. साधारण जुलैमध्ये केस झाली तर ऑगस्ट पर्यंत समजा निकाल आला तर सप्टेंबर ऑक्टोबरला लागू शकतो, असा एक साधारण अंदाज मी केलाय.
On the other end of the political spectrum in the state, both NCP and Shiv Sena held their separate meetings and decided upon capitalizing on the recent observations made by the Supreme Court, which they claim is in their favor.
एग्जैक्ट निकाल क्या, रिजल्ट क्या लगा है, वो जनता के पास भी पहुंचना चाहिए. ये हेतु से आज मीटिंग माननीय पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब ने ली है और हमने सब शिव सैनिकों ने संकल्प किया है जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो निकाल दिया है, क्योंकि कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं उनके खिलाफ रिजल्ट लगा तो भी पेड़े खा रहे हो, पेड़े भरा रहे, ढोल ताशे बजा रहे।
In the last 1 year, a lot has changed in Maharashtra politics, and now each of these parties are making new strategies based on the new equation that has been formed. With Megha Prasad in Delhi and camera person Praveen Jirohit in Mumbai, Sohit Mishra, NDTV.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूँ। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूँ। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides.
Welcome back. Now look at the news on climate change, and in a startling indicator of how close we may be to irreversible global climate change, the World Meteorological Organization has come out with its latest findings.
The findings indicates that global temperatures will surge to record levels, and that's going to happen over the next 5 years, Gargi, from now to 2027. The next 5-year period as a whole will be the warmest on record, and these are the main findings. Let's find out with Vishnu So.
Well, in a startling indicator of how close we may be to irreversible global climate change, the World Meteorological Organization has come out with its latest findings, which indicate that global temperatures will surge to record levels in the next 5 years. In fact, the next 5-year period as a whole will be likely the warmest on record. Here are the main findings. Between 2023 and 2027, the temperatures near the Earth's surface could be up to 1.8 degrees Celsius higher than the 1850 to 1900 average, which is used as a baseline since there were no emissions of greenhouse gases then. With an El Nino phenomena forming in the next few months, there will be significant warming next year. It starts a year after the El Nino phenomena develops. There is a 98% chance of at least one in the next 5 years beating the temperature record set in 2016. There's also a 98% chance of the 5-year mean between 2023 and 2027 being higher than the last 5 years. Arctic warming is disproportionately high, a huge concern, and precipitation patterns in this 5-year period indicate that there is deep inconsistency within regions receiving rainfall, some getting more, others receiving far less. So why is this important? Because an increase in global temperatures above 1.5 degrees will have an adverse impact with related losses and damages that could affect billions around the world.
Now, after attending a charity event in New York, Prince Harry and wife Meghan Markle claimed that they met with a nearly catastrophic crash, Gargi, in New York City.
That's right. So some are questioning, the version of being chased for 2 hours. But the couple's office said that Harry and Meghan were pursued by photographers after this charity event that they attended, where Meghan was honored for her work. But here's how the New York mayor has responded, and he too has questioned this claim of having been chased for 2 hours in New York.
Doria, we love you. We love you. No, I'm going to be brief in depth later on today, and to give the exact time frame of how long. I would find it hard to believe that there was a 2-hour high-speed chase. That would be, I find it hard to believe, but we will find out the exact duration of it. But if it's 10 minutes, a 10-minute chase is extremely dangerous in New York City. We have a lot of traffic, a lot of movement, a lot of people are using our streets. Any type of high-speed chase that involves something of that nature is inappropriate.
Well, let's move on now to all the IPL news. And Liam Livingston almost pulled off a miracle for Punjab, but they fell short by 15 runs of the Delhi target.
That's right, Gargi. Punjab virtually out of the race for the playoffs.
Off stump.
Already out of the tournament, Delhi started like they had nothing to lose, amassing 61 runs in the power play.
Very high and long enough.
Prithvi Shaw, who had a dismal start to this year's tournament, shone bright under the floodlights at the beautiful Dharamshala Stadium. But his return came with its own hiccups. Prithvi Shaw injured his hand while facing Rabada and fell shortly after having made a well-deserved 54. But post Shaw's departure, it was all the Riley Russo show.
With his lengths,
the big left-hander went hammer and tongs to take Delhi to 213 for 2, with an individual contribution of 82 runs in just 37 balls. Still in the chase to qualify for the playoffs, Punjab lost their captain Shikhar Dhawan early.
Huge.
Punjab rode their luck as the Delhi fielders couldn't hold on to their chances. A sloppy day for Delhi in the field.
Now there's a fielder there. Now it's put down again.
There was chaos here.
Punjab Kings' hopes were pinned on Liam Livingston, whose clean hitting kept Punjab in the hunt. Livingston went into beast mode as sixes rained off his blade. Punjab, despite Livingston's heroics, fell short by 15 runs as their hopes of qualifying for the playoffs dissipated.
And let's get you the latest from the Cannes Film Festival. Michael Douglas got the Palme d'Or. He was spotted with his wife, Catherine Zeta-Jones, along with their daughter.
That's right. So let's get you all the fashion and the razzle-dazzle from the French Riviera.
Hello and welcome. It's day one of the Cannes Film Festival. I'm Sneha Menon Desai and this news wrap is brought to you by Film Companion for NDTV. The opening night of the Cannes Film Festival saw a starry red carpet. We saw the likes of Sara Ali Khan, Manushi Chiller, Brie Larson, Johnny Depp, Michael Douglas, Catherine Zeta-Jones to name a few. Johnny Depp and his opening film Jean de Barry received a tremendous welcome on the red carpet with fans thronging to catch a glimpse of the actor making his comeback. Meanwhile, Michael Douglas received the honorary Palme d'Or for his contribution to cinema, and that again received a huge standing ovation in the theatre, which the actor went on to describe as a warm hug. There are only 4 films from the official selection from India. Anurag Kashyap's Kennedy, that stars Sunny Leone and Rahul Bhatt, will get a midnight screening. Kanu Bell's Agra will screen as a part of the director's fortnight sidebar. The short film Nahimich by Yudhajit Basu, which shows as a part of La Cinef, and legendary Manipuri director Aribam Sham Sharma's Ishanu is a part of Cannes Classics. Earlier in the day, I chatted with Vijay Varma, who makes his comeback to the Cannes Film Festival after 10 years. Bollywood has now fully understood how to best utilize Vijay Varma.
Choices that the directors are giving me, right?
So stay tuned to NDTV.
All right, let's move away now from that glitz and glamour to this special report. Now, every nation's growth depends on how much it invests in women's development. And so gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous world.
The Chenchu tribal community that lives in Telangana's Amrabad Tiger Reserve has been setting an example of gender equality and women empowerment for the rest of the country. Let's take a look.
Rajalakshmi and Tasari Anjanayelu have been married for 8 years. They have 3 children, and right from the start, they have shared equal duties and responsibilities in managing their home and children.
మా ఆయన ఏ పని చేసినా ఇద్దరం కలిసి చేసుకుంటాం మేడం. ఇంతకుముందు లాలేదు మేడం. మా ఆయన ఇంతకుముందు అయితే భార్య భర్తలు గొడవ పడేవారు. ఆడవాళ్ళే చేయాలి పని, మగవాళ్ళు చేయొద్దు అని ఇంట్లో ఆడవాళ్ళని పని చేసేవాళ్ళు కదా. ఇప్పుడు అట్లా లేదు మేడం. చాలా మారుతున్నారు. మా ఆయన చాలా మంచిగా వస్తుంటాడు మేడం. ఏ పని చేసినా ఇద్దరం కలిసి చేయాలి అనుకుంటాను. నేను ఇది చేయదు అది చేయదు అనేది అన్నీ కలిసి చేసుకుంటాము.
భార్య అనేవారు మన జీవితంలో ఒక భాగం. తనను పెళ్లి చేసుకుంటాం, తనకు జీవితాన్ని పంచుతున్నాం కాబట్టి తనతో మనం లైఫ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు, తన కష్టాల్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు కాకుండా తను బాధలో ఉన్నా ఏ విధంగా ఉన్నా తనకు ధైర్యాన్ని ఇస్తూ మనం తనని అన్ని వీళ్ళలా చూసుకుంటూ, పిల్లల్ని చూసుకుంటూ జీవితం ముందు సాగిపోయి కష్టాల్లో సుఖాల్లో తనతో భాగమై తనతో జీవితాన్ని పంచుకోవడమే భార్యాభర్తలు అనుకుందామని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను.
Not just in the villages, members of the Chenchu tribe living inside the forest area have the same belief of treating the partner as an equal.
లింగయ్య సార్, నేను నా భార్య పేరు లింగమ్మ. మేము అందరం కలిసి ఎట్లా ఉంటామంటే, మేము ఇప్పుడు ఇది మల్లాపూరి పెంట అని అంటారు. మా పెంటలు అన్నీ కలిసి ఉంటాయి, రకరకాలుగా ఉంటాయి పెంటలు. మేడమంకల, గుండాల, ఇట్ల పెంట అట్లా ఉంటాయి. మాకు పిల్లల సంబంధాలైనా మా కలిసి సంపాదించుకోవాలనుకున్నా ఒకరం తెలుసుకుంటాం.
మా ఆయన పేరు లింగయ్య. కలిసి ఇద్దరం పని చేస్తాం, మంచిగానే ఉంటాం. ఇద్దరం కలిసి పని ఏ పని ఆపునే ఉంటాం. అప్పుడు తాగేది, ఇప్పుడు ఏం తాగడం లేదు. డాక్టర్స్ ఎలా అనుకుంటున్నారు.
The Chenchus are a particularly vulnerable tribe and they live in the interiors of the country. But if you think of the way they think, they're definitely way forward. Not only do they share responsibility as husband and wife, but they also share the property. This is Lingamma and Lingaya's house, where she is the owner of the property first. That's what Judy talks about gender equality. So it really doesn't matter which part of the country you live, whether it's rural India, urban India. What matters is in your thinking. With camera person Manoj Thakur and Nagaraju, this is Ambika Singh Kama for NDTV 24/7.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना।
अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old.
Hello and good morning. You're watching Good Morning India, and the big news this morning is that the Karnataka tussle has been resolved. Finally, DKS has accepted the proposal. We'll get you the details ahead. I'm Gargi Rawat.
And Divya also Supreme Court to pronounce its verdict on the pleas against Jallikattu. That and a whole lot more, but first, the headlines.
The Congress's Chief Minister tussle in Karnataka has been resolved finally, as DK Shivakumar has accepted the proposal after Sonia Gandhi's intervention. The Congress Legislative Party to meet in Bengaluru today evening at 7, where Siddaramaiah will be announced as Chief Minister, DKS as his deputy.
A US court rules that Pakistani origin Canadian businessman Rana, who is wanted for his involvement in the 26/11 terror case, can be extradited to India.
While the Quad meet in Australia has cancelled, the Prime Minister's three-day nation tour begins from tomorrow. He'll first address the G7 nations in Japan.
Supreme Court to pronounce its judgment on a batch of pleas challenging Tamil Nadu, allowing the traditional bull taming sport Jallikattu, as well as Maharashtra's bullock racing.
The UN forecast spells a heat nightmare over the next 5 years, which could be the hottest ever on record. United Nations warns as greenhouse gases and El Nino combine to send temperatures soaring.
And Delhi beat Punjab by 15 runs. Liam Livingstone's 94-run knock went in vain as Delhi Capitals edged out Punjab Kings by 15 runs in their IPL 2023 match in Dharamshala.
All right, the big breaking news this morning: after 4 days of hard negotiations, which we've been, getting you all those minute developments, the Congress finally has resolved the issue of Chief Ministership of Karnataka, and the Congress will be announcing Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister and DK Shivakumar as his deputy at the Congress Legislative Party meeting in Bengaluru this evening.
So that tussle is finally over, and the oath-taking ceremony that was expected earlier will now be taking place on Saturday. Siddaramaiah will be elected as the Congress Legislative Party leader, and the cabinet formation discussions are almost complete, according to sources, Gargi.
Well, let's go across now to Sunil Prabhu and V. Raghav for all the latest. And first to you, Sunil, it's, a lot of negotiations through the night, calls were taking place, and finally Sonia Gandhi's intervention led to Mr. DK Shivakumar accepting the proposal, whatever it is, because that was the sticking point. While the decision on Siddaramaiah had been made, the issue was to convince DK Shivakumar to accept it.
That's right, Gargi. Reluctant Mr. DK Shivakumar finally softened up with Sonia Gandhi's intervention, where she assured that we have to work together. And that power sharing agreement really hinges on how the party performs in the next Lok Sabha elections. That's something which is critical for the Congress party, which was conveyed to Mr. Shivakumar as well as Mr. Siddaramaiah, that they need to respect each other, they need to work together and fulfill not only the guarantees that the Congress has promised, but give a good government, a corrupt-free government, to ensure that we are able to get the Congress back with a number of Lok Sabha seats. As we know, the Congress was decimated in the last Lok Sabha elections with just one. Then that was Mr. D.K. Shivakumar's own brother, D.K. Suresh. Now they would like to see that the Congress's performance increases in Karnataka. Having said that, the swearing-in will take place on the 20th, where like-minded opposition parties will be there. This evening at 7 o'clock, the Congress Legislative Party will be meeting. The observers are on their way and they've been told to go to Bangalore, where that formal meeting will take place. And once Mr. Siddaramaiah is formally elected, they will jointly go and stake claim to form the government with the governor and go ahead with the schedule for the 20th. As I said, that's expected to be a show of strength for the Congress party as well as for opposition unity to participate and send the right signals to the people of India that if they work together, they can deliver.
So, Sunil, what about the power sharing or the number of portfolios? Do you have any inkling of what that could be like?
Well, that fine-tuning is still on, being worked out. But what we definitely know is the Chief Minister is with Mr. Siddaramaiah. The Deputy Chief Minister with two important portfolios is being given to Mr. D.K. Shivakumar. He will continue to be the Karnataka PCC Chief. Both Mr. Randeep as well as Venugopal are working with them to try to find a way forward to see how things can be resolved in terms of the power sharing agreement. But that is something that is being worked out at this present juncture.
All right, so the fine-tuning and those, minute details still being worked out. So, Veer Raghav, while we can all heave a sigh of relief that we don't have to report on this, constantly like we've been doing, especially for Sunil and all the reporters who've been out in the field, but there still seems to be a sense of tentativeness that for now the issue is resolved and let's see how it, goes forward.
Well, just to add to what Sunil was saying in terms of power sharing agreement, and Sunil, after a couple of chats with some independent Congress sources, two independent sources, they say that D.K. Shivakumar will be the only Deputy Chief Minister. They've still not worked out how they're going to accommodate the Lingayat as well as Dalit faces, which is essential because both D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah are from the old Mysore region. As you rightly pointed out, they're again pointing that PCC President as well as Deputy Chief Ministership will be with D.K. Shivakumar, and that he will be, at the moment, they've decided on the only Deputy Chief Minister. So this is going to be an exercise which is, at least for us in Karnataka, it will be a prolonged one until they figure out the nature of the cabinet, because you need to have the nature of the caste coalition in Karnataka as well as the victory that the Congress has received means that they need to suggest that they're taking all castes forward, and you need to have strong faces which represent the different groups, especially the Lingayats as well as the SC and ST groups that have been making a claim for some kind of representation. So that needs to be worked out. And as Sunil rightly pointed out, we expect both leaders to be back in Bangalore by later this evening. Once the CLP meeting is over, they've struck the first deal. We'll have to fine-tune. We'll have to see how this is fine-tuned over the next day or so.
That's right. And Sunil, as you've been saying as well, the focus of the Congress High Command, all right, we don't have Sunil, but Veer Raghav, the focus of the Congress High Command, and the Gandhis has been on those 5 promises that they've made. So they'll be keen to now that finally D.K. Shivakumar has been convinced to accept whatever the proposal is, to move forward, have that cabinet in place and then move on those 5 promises that they made to the people of Karnataka.
That's right. Look, 2024 is not too far away. And having made such big promises, the BJP is very clear that they've already started sending WhatsApp messages on free electricity, etc. BJP is very clear they're going to target the government, the new government, specifically on the question of promises. Have they delivered on the promises as they head into 2024? So that's going to be the campaign for the BJP. So it's important that the Congress starts sending out the optics of stability as well as delivering on the promises. Look, remember, Siddaramaiah is an extremely experienced candidate. He's run 5 years. He was also finance minister during his tenure. So he knows how to handle this. But I think the first thing has to be in terms of representation of the different castes. creating the, sending out the optics of taking everybody along, moving beyond the DKS Siddaramaiah equation. Two strong leaders within the cabinet, how they're going to work all these out. Interesting to look at all those aspects, but as you rightly pointed out, Gargi, it's important that the Congress starts looking at, in fact, that's the worry of sending out a message of optics. In fact, some expect the first few decisions of the new chief minister will be to say, to announce decisions, at least some of those that was promised in the Congress manifesto.
All right. Thanks so much, Viraga, for joining us. With that, there's also news that Mr. D.K. Shivakumar will be meeting with Mr. Venugopal later today. So finally, that tussle in the Congress has been resolved for now.
Absolutely, Gargi. But that swearing-in ceremony will now eventually be taking place this weekend on Saturday, a week after those results were declared, with the Congress coming into power in Karnataka. Moving on to more news, the Quad Summit in Australia has been cancelled, and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's scheduled visit to 3 nations, that will continue, that remains unchanged.
That's right, and so he'll be visiting Australia and Japan. The Prime Minister will be on a 6-day visit to Japan, Papua New Guinea and Australia to attend 3 key multilateral summits, including that of the Group of 7 and Quad. Megha gets us the details.
Cancellation of Quad Summit in Australia has not changed Prime Minister Narendra Modi's scheduled visit to 3 nations starting 19th of this month. Prime Minister will be travelling to Hiroshima in Japan to attend the G7 summit on Japanese Prime Minister Kishida Fumio's invite. Prime Minister is expected to hold several bilateral on the sidelines of the summit and also attend a meeting between all the Quad leaders over the weekend. Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the G7 gathering and is expected to speak on issues around peace, stability and climate change. From Japan, PM Modi will travel to Port Moresby in Papua New Guinea, becoming the first ever Indian Prime Minister to visit the island nation. Along with the host nation's Prime Minister, Mr. Modi will be inaugurating the 3rd summit of the Forum of Indo-Pacific Island Cooperation, apart from holding a couple of bilaterals there. Finally, Prime Minister will be heading to Sydney, where he has several engagements. Prime Minister will be sitting down for a bilateral with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. He will also be interacting with the top Australian CEOs and business leaders. A grand welcome and community reception has been planned by the Indian diaspora on 23rd of May, for which major preparations are already underway.
All right, news now from Maharashtra, where the BJP has begun its poll preparations with JP Nadda's 2-day visit to the state.
Meanwhile, even as Sena's Uddhav Thackeray and NCP's Sharad Pawar both called for a meeting of their parties to discuss their strategies.
After the Karnataka setback and 2 consecutive by-poll losses in Maharashtra, has the BJP decided to prepare for assembly elections in the state well in advance? Or is this an indication that BMC polls are to be announced very soon? These are the questions that arise as BJP party president Mr. JP Nadda spends 2 days in Mumbai and Pune. Nadda's itinerary is packed with meetings on poll preparations. He will be sitting down with BJP MPs and MLAs along with a separate meeting with the cabinet ministers. In Pune, he will be addressing 1,200 newly appointed members of the Maharashtra Working Committee. The message is simple. BJP has to strive to win all 48 Lok Sabha seats in the state.
सभी समाज के वर्गों को जोड़कर गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित सभी लोगों का विकास किस प्रकार से हो सकता है, इसकी बहुत गहराई से चिंतन करके इन स्कीमों को जो आगे लेकर के आए हैं.
There is speculation about BMC polls again after Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis predicted its possibility by October or November this year.
असं आहे की आता आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की साधारणपणे जी सुप्रीम कोर्टातली केस आहे ही आता जुलैमध्ये येईल, कारण ती त्यांनी याच्यानंतर व्हॅकेशन नंतर ठेवली आहे. त्याचा अंदाज घेऊन मी बोलून राहिलोय, म्हणजे मला काही त्याची कल्पना नाहीये. साधारण जुलैमध्ये केस झाली तर ऑगस्ट पर्यंत समजा निकाल आला तर सप्टेंबर ऑक्टोबरला लागू शकतो, असा एक साधारण अंदाज मी केलाय.
On the other end of the political spectrum in the state, both NCP and Shiv Sena held their separate meetings and decided upon capitalizing on the recent observations made by the Supreme Court, which they claim is in their favor.
एग्जैक्ट निकाल क्या रिजल्ट क्या लगा है वो जनता के
पास भी पहुंचना चाहिए। ये हेतु से आज मीटिंग माननीय पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब ने ली है और हमने सब शिव सैनिकों ने यह संकल्प किया है जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो निकाल दिया है, क्योंकि कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं उनके खिलाफ रिजल्ट लगा तो वे पेड़े खा रहे हो, पेड़े भरा रहे हैं, ढोल ताशे बजा रहे हैं।
In the last 1 year, a lot has changed in Maharashtra politics, and now each of these parties are making new strategies based on the new equation that has been formed. With Megha Prasad in Delhi and camera person Praveen Jirohit in Mumbai, Sohit Mishra, NDTV.
And India has pushed back against the suggestion by a top European Union official for a crackdown on Russian oil resold by Indian firms as refined fuels, Gargi.
This with External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar saying that such exports don't violate EU regulations, and he was responding to Josep Borrell, the EU Foreign Policy Chief's remarks. Jaishankar advised him to look at the EU Council regulations.
My understanding of the Council regulations is that if Russian crude is substantially transformed in a third country, then it's not treated as Russian anymore. I would urge you to look at Council Regulation 833/2014.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's stern response to the European Union for trying to tutor India on oil resale. This after the European Union's foreign policy chief urged the European Union to crack down on imports coming from India. While India's External Affairs Minister and the European Union's foreign policy chief met at the trade technology talks in Brussels, the European Union's executive vice president on competition had there said that there was no doubt about the legal basis of the sanctions and that the European Union and India would have the discussion as friends with an extended hand and of course not a pointed finger.
I will not add to this. There is, I think, no doubt about the legal basis of the sanctions. Of course, it is a discussion that we will have with friends, but it will be with an extended hand and of course not with a pointed finger.
Interestingly, European oil majors have made record profits after the surge in energy prices ever since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. While the European Union's goal is to stop feeding Russia's war chest by banning Russian refined oil products in retaliation for the war in Ukraine, experts believe questions can't be raised on a third country such as India now, as if someone is selling oil, there's also a clear buyer for it. Earlier this month, Rajya Sabha MP Jawahar Sirkar, in a letter to External Affairs Minister, mentioned the report by Finland's think tank, the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air, on 2 Gujarat refineries making huge profits from exporting Russian oil. India has called this report misleading and a deceptive effort to tarnish India's image. While tackling sanctions evasion is likely to be a key discussion topic at the G7 summit in Japan, it is important to remember the oil market dynamics have clearly changed ever since the Russia-Ukraine war. Sakshi Bajaj for NDTV.
Now, the other big story today, imprisoned Pakistani origin Canadian businessman Tahir Rana, who is wanted for his involvement in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks, can finally be extradited to India, and this has been ruled by a US court.
Now, Judge Jacqueline Chulijan of the U.S. District Court in Central District of Los Angeles in the order has said that based on the foregoing, the court concludes that the 62-year-old Rana can be extradited for the offences for which extradition has been requested and on which the United States is proceeding. Neeta Sharma, who gets us more on this.
It's a big victory for India. We have to remember that there is a treaty between India and United States of America, and under that treaty, the offences that Tahir Rana has been charged with is extraditable. So the judge has clearly said that India had, sent an arrest warrant. Their NIA, the National Investigating Agency, was pursuing the case, and the charges that he has been framed for are quite serious. The charges that he has been framed for is waging war against India, conspiracy, and also also murder and committing terrorist act and conspiracy to commit terrorist act. So these are very heinous charges. The judge obviously held the ruling in India's favor. India is obviously excited about it because for last so many years they were trying to get Tahavvur Rana. The trial of 2008, has almost come to a standstill because now India accuses both Pakistan also that despite so many evidences given to Pakistan has not been doing anything as against whom those are the masterminds who are still there in Pakistan. As far as Tahavvur Rana is concerned, he is considered a close associate of David Coleman Headley. In fact, it was under his firm, a law firm, under which as a forged front, Headley was operating in Mumbai. So 5 American nationals were also killed in that attack, in which we had seen 166 people were killed by 10 terrorists who had infiltrated across to India on 26th November. So it was a very dastardly act. Now India is obviously elevated. However, the case is still going on against him in US also. So pending trial, he would be there, but he has to submit before the Indian court system also. So the trial against Tahavvur Rana could now start as soon as possible. NIA is obviously elated about this development.
All right, so big development for India with Rana set to be extradited here.
Right, we're stepping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the Supreme Court that's scheduled to pronounce its judgment on the pleas against Jallikattu in Tamil Nadu.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival de Cannes. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं
कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court today is scheduled to pronounce its judgment on a batch of pleas challenging Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra's laws allowing the traditional bull taming sport, Jallikattu and bullock cart races, and that's coming up in court today.
That's right. Now, this is something that's always been a bit of a controversy, hasn't it, Divya, with, many activists opposing this sport or this tradition in Tamil Nadu, saying there's a lot of cruelty involved to the animals. In the past as well, the Supreme Court had put a ban on this, but then Tamil Nadu passed its own law allowing Jallikattu. Now, it's a bull taming sport which is played during the Pongal harvest festival, and it's a 5-judge constitution bench headed by Justice K.M. Joseph, which is likely to pronounce its verdict.
The petitions, including one filed by animal rights body PETA, have challenged the state law that allowed the bull taming sport in Tamil Nadu. So that case coming up in court today. We will keep watching out for that. But for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना अगर
Welcome back. Now our focus on climate change and the recent UN report in a startling indicator of how close we may be to irreversible global climate change. The World Meteorological Organization has come out with its latest findings, which indicate that global temperatures will surge to record levels in the next 5 years. In fact, the next 5-year period as a whole will be the warmest on record, and some of the findings say that between 2023 and 2027, the temperatures near the Earth's surface could be up to 1.8 degrees Celsius higher than the 1850-1900 average, which is the base temperatures. And this is very, very important because an increase in global temperatures above 1.5 degrees will have an adverse impact with related losses and damages. Well, to talk more about this latest report and what it means for us, we're now joined by Arunabha Ghosh, founder CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, Dr. D.S. Pai, senior scientist, IMD Delhi, and also Ashwini Hingne, associate director, World Resources Institute, India. Arunabha Ghosh, first to you, for our viewers, if you can explain, why this report is so worrying and what this means going forward.
Thank you, Gargi. Yes, this is certainly worrying. It is in line with what has been expected, but of course, each round of the reports actually highlights the degree of challenges that we are facing a lot more. As you yourself highlighted, that the estimations now coming out from the World Meteorological Organization is that over the next 5 years, the temperatures could be above the pre-industrial levels, basically 1850 to 1900, by up to 1.8 degrees. Now, the issue is not, one might say that 1.8 degrees is okay, we manage with much larger variations of temperature, but I want the viewers to understand that this is 1.8 degrees or as global average surface temperatures. What that means is that in certain areas, particularly within the tropics, actually temperature rises could be even more. In particularly heat-stressed areas such as India, that could have further impact in terms of heat waves. It then begins to have impact in terms of crop yield. Just like human bodies, crops also grow optimally at a certain temperature range. Beyond that, you have advanced maturity of the crops, you have reduced yield. It reduces the milk yield of cattle. So you begin to get a series of economic impacts over and above just feeling hot. And I think it's very important that we now as a society begin to understand that this is just not a one-off thing, that this is what nonlinear climate risk is all about, that year upon year is going to get worse than what we had in the past. And we've got to become much more resilient against this changing climate.
Right. Dr. Pai, so now going forward, it's a matter of adjusting, it's a matter of preparing for this, because it seems that this is a foregone, reality now that we're going to have to live with.
Yeah, exactly. So as the report said that, last 5 years, the temperature were almost last 8 years were the warmest years, and all were almost nearly 1 degree centigrade above the pre-industrial period, with 2016 was the warmest with 1.25. Now, when you compare with the next 5 years, they are going to be much warmer than the previous 5 years. So that's the important thing. And it is also important that this year or next year can be warmest of the so far in the record. So that is important. And as a result, we also have to improve our early warning system and also to understand how these temperatures will impact on our monsoon and other weather patterns.
Right. In fact, we're already seeing, extreme temperatures and extreme weather occurrences. In fact, this year it's been extremely, different. We've had rains when we don't usually have them. And the May, in fact, was not so hot at the start of it, at least here in Delhi. And that's also not been very good for farmers and the, kind of a heavy torrential rainfall. We had Ashwini Hingne. So now, in your view, what steps do we need to take? And, Arunabha spoke briefly about the impact this could have on India with the increasing temperatures. If you could just elaborate more on that.
Sure. So basically, like the other panelists have said, the temperatures have been rising and are expected to rise unabated if we don't do anything. So on the one hand, we definitely do need to globally reduce our emissions. This will mean systemic change in the way we produce power, the way we produce and manufacture goods, and the way we consume different products, right, and live our lives. India particularly has had an ambitious target and is taking many steps. We just need to do it faster. We need to do it better and more responsibly. And in terms of even despite doing all of this, we will still experience the effects that we are already seeing, right? So in that sense, we do need to develop better warning systems and predictive systems to alert us to extreme events that are impending. We need to prepare ourselves to face these kinds of events. So we're already seeing heat action plans that are being set up by several states and cities. These already have some level of guidelines and protocols on what to do, but what's definitely required is more awareness and sensitization to the masses and general public on how to face these kinds of events. Some of these heat action plans also have some long-term measures that have been envisaged, but they really need to be implemented. There needs to be investment in more resilient infrastructure, housing, buildings, more tree cover, and also things like resilient farming practices, etc. So all of this has to go in hand in hand, along with, of course, better lifestyle, something we are already seeing being promoted in the LIFE mission. But again, that everything has to be scaled up, everything has to be at par with the kind of impacts we are going to see.
Right. And Dr. Pai, this also means, better forecasting. We need more science to anticipate certain events taking place.
Yeah, in fact, associated with this warming, we also likely to get more extreme rainfall events and extreme other weather events like cyclone, etc. And actually, as a result, we know that the predicting quantity of extreme rainfalls are already difficult. So this makes again more challenges to the prediction. So we have to improve our observational network, which already IMD is working on, and actually also improve our models to predict and capture this type of extreme events. And then also we need to better, as already other panelists said, resilience to these extreme events has to be improved, because the impact of though this global warming is in the global scale, its impact is in the local. So by understanding vulnerability of the local society, we will have to plan according to region. So because each region are totally different based on their population density or the infrastructure, urban, all that. So according to that, we may have to plan location to location or region to region.
All right, so plan locally, plan for our regions. But Arunabha, if we talk about, global effort, it does seem there's, these meetings that take place, there's a lot of noise and media around it. But in terms of achievement, if we can talk a bit about that, I'm still hopeful that we can come to more agreements and take more steps globally, as for all countries combined.
Gargi, the climate negotiations happen over 2 weeks in a year. There are 50 other weeks in a year. And my focus would be on the 50 weeks that we are not negotiating, because honestly, the amount of effort that India is putting in building out renewable energy infrastructure, in industrial decarbonization, all of that has to also combine with the efforts we put in on resilience. And then India becomes an example for the rest of the world. So I think the global negotiations will continue. They will remain important. But what is most important is what we do at home. And I would just categorize it in three ways. One is the science, which Dr. Paya was also referring to. Our analysis at CEW suggests that 45% of India's landscape has already undergone unsustainable changes. We need now hyper-local assessments of how different types of climatic disasters will impact different communities. So that kind of scientific work is needed. But combined with that, policy also has to keep updating. For instance, heat waves are considered in the what is called the local context in terms of what a state government can do to use the funds from the disaster relief funds. Now, when you do that, you're limiting that fund allocation to just 10% of what the states can spend. Now, whereas cold waves can be treated as bigger disasters. So I think we need to have an upgrade in our policy as well. And finally, bring in the communities. The communities have to be part of not just the early warning system, but also the response measures, the heat shelters, etc., that can be created to protect the most vulnerable.
Right. So clearly, all states and the country as a whole need to now adjust to this new reality with the record temperatures expected over the next 5 years. Thank you so much all for joining us on the program this morning. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
Let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest on the Karnataka developments. And finally, the Congress has managed to sort out the tussle. Congress will announce Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister and DK Shivakumar as his deputy at the Congress Legislative Party meeting in Bengaluru this evening. Today morning, DK Shivakumar has left to meet with the Congress leader KC Venugopal, and Siddaramaiah too has left the hotel where he's staying to also meet with Mr. Venugopal. So both the leaders this morning holding last meetings before they leave for Bengaluru. DK Shivakumar finally convinced to accept the proposal by the Congress High Command of becoming the Deputy Chief Minister after an intervention by former Congress President Sonia Gandhi. So DK Shivakumar finally relenting, much to the relief of the Congress party, and now they can move on with the swearing-in ceremony, which will be taking place on the 20th. So on Saturday is when that swearing-in ceremony will be held, and the Congress really hoping to make it a show of strength of opposition parties, and will be inviting like-minded opposition leaders for that swearing-in ceremony. So there you can see Mr. Siddaramaiah leaving the hotel this morning, DK Shivakumar also arriving at Mr. Venugopal's residence for a meeting. Let's go across to Sunil now for more. And Sunil, tell us more about these last meetings before both leaders are going to leave for Bengaluru.
This is really for cabinet formation now. They have both been able to resolve the crisis in terms of power sharing, and they have agreed to this. As we've been reporting, Mr. DK Shivakumar finally agreeing to compromise in the larger interest because of Sonia Gandhi's intervention. The cabinet formation will be worked out at Mr. KC Venugopal's house before they return to Bangalore for the Congress Legislative Party meeting.
All right, so cabinet formation, those negotiations still have to... Is this at KC Venugopal's? Are both the leaders going to meet, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah?
I think so, because now that they have agreed to the power sharing, they have to work on the government formation and those various other finer details, which will require careful negotiations. Various other factions have to be looked after, Lingayats, Dalits, various other the Muslims who have given a massive mandate to the Congress party. Those sections also have to be accommodated in this backdrop.
Right, and the Congress now yesterday, Sunil, we were reporting about how the preparations at the stadium had been put on hold, given that this logjam was continuing, this uncertainty of when the swearing-in will be. Now they can move forward with that, and the Congress keen to make that, a platform for all opposition party leaders.
That's right. That's what we've been reporting the day after the victory of the Congress party. They had very significantly decided all like-minded parties for the swearing-in, and that be by the Congress party. So, to the people of India, and not only to the people of Karnataka, that the Congress is ready to work with like-minded parties in the interest ensuring that they can defeat the BJP-led NDA in the center. So it's in that context that this show of strength, which will be held in Kantirva Stadium on the 20th at 12:30 in the afternoon. That's the auspicious time for the swearing in, and they're hoping, and the Congress leadership will be writing and requesting and telephoning all senior Congress, all senior opposition leaders to kindly participate in this meeting.
All right. So, Sunil, there you have both the leaders now leaving and you know, gone to meet with Mr. K.C. Venugopal. So, Sunil, once again, just for viewers who may have just joined us, while, you know, broadly the Karnataka issue is resolved and Siddaramaiah will be the Chief Minister, D.K. Shivakumar has accepted finally that he will be the Deputy Chief Minister, but some fine-tuning still remains and you know, portfolios, etc. So, that is what will be discussed today.
In the next few days till the swearing in on the 20th, because that cabinet formation is required to be, you know, a delicate balance to see various regions, various caste combinations, various communities are all represented, and it is, you know, a coalition of all like-minded, you know, sections of Karnataka are represented when they're sworn into the office on the 20th. At 12:30.
All right. Thanks so much, Sunil, for joining us with those details. So there you can see Mr. Siddaramaiah has left the hotel where he was staying, and D.K. Shivakumar has gone to Mr. K.C. Venugopal's for a meeting. Siddaramaiah also there. So finally, much to the relief of the Congress, this issue has been resolved. This tussle has been resolved. Mr. D.K. Shivakumar finally convinced to accept the Deputy Chief Ministership, something he was refusing till yesterday. These negotiations took place till late in the night, with Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge also speaking to Sonia Gandhi and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi speaking to D.K. Shivakumar to convince him to accept the proposal. But still some fine-tuning remains, and the portfolios have to still be decided. Let's go across to Saurabh Shukla also for more. And so, Saurabh, finally the matter is resolved. Just some, you know, negotiations remain for deciding on the cabinet.
Yes, absolutely, Gaki. Both the leaders, D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, both have reached K.C. Venugopal's residence. K.C. Venugopal is General Secretary of Organization, number 2 in Congress, and K.C. Venugopal has been deliberating with Siddaramaiah, D.K. Shivakumar, and with party President Mallikarjun Kharge as well. In fact, yesterday late night, K.C. Venugopal had met Kharge, and then they finalized the plan for today. So I think everything is done. Both the leaders have agreed, but I think this is the fine-tuning which is happening, and soon we will see a joint picture of Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar together holding hands and smiling. So that is going to happen today, and around 1:30, both the leaders will fly to Bengaluru, and we, as you all know, that in the evening. There's going to be a CLP meeting, and then Siddaramaiah will be elected leader and swearing in day after tomorrow.
Right, so swearing in will be on the 20th. So finally, the entire matter resolved, and as Saurabh is telling us, shortly we will get a picture of both the candidates DKS and Siddaramaiah together. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Co-powered by
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास। हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival de Cannes. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास। हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. no noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties,
Hi, good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. Well, after 4 days of hard negotiations, the Congress has finally taken its decision as to who will be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. That tussle has finally come to an end. First, let's get you the headlines. The Congress party to announce the next Chief Minister of Karnataka this evening as DK Shivakumar accepts the proposal. The Congress Legislative Party to meet in Bengaluru today evening, where Siddaramaiah is likely to be announced as the Chief Minister and DK Shivakumar will become the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. A US court rules that Pakistani origin Canadian businessman Rana, who is wanted for his involvement in the 26/11 terror attacks, can now be extradited to India. The Supreme Court to pronounce its judgment on a batch of pleas challenging Tamil Nadu allowing the traditional bull taming sport Jallikattu as well as Maharashtra's bullock racing. Well, finally, that decision is going to be announced this evening. Let's listen in to Siddaramaiah, who's expected to become the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. So after 4 days of hard negotiations, the Congress party will be announcing Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister and DK Shivakumar as his deputy at the Congress Legislative Party meeting, which is going to be taking place in Bengaluru this evening. That tussle has finally been resolved. The oath-taking ceremony will now take place on Saturday. Do remember, the results were announced last Saturday. It's taken 4 days for that decision to be made. Siddaramaiah there, he will be in Bengaluru making that announcement that is going to take place. Siddaramaiah will be elected as the Congress Legislative Party leader, and cabinet formation discussions are almost complete. Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge worked through the night in order to find a solution, and DK Shivakumar finally accepted the proposal after the intervention of Sonia Gandhi. We have Shrija joining us right outside from Siddaramaiah's residence. Good morning, Shrija. Take us through the preparations outside Siddaramaiah's residence and the details of the edge that he had over DK Shivakumar.
Well, not much of preparations, in fact, outside Siddaramaiah's residence, but this remains as far as celebration goes. Even before, the official announcement that came in from the Congress, we understand the supporters of Siddaramaiah began celebrations outside his house. They started distributing sweets, bursting crackers, and also offering milk to his posters. So that is something similar, scenes that is continuing outside Siddaramaiah's residence. But of course, as far as preparations are concerned, yesterday we went on to see how at Kantirva Stadium there were arrangements that were underway, but eventually they had to stop it midway only because they had not reached a consensus. But it was about late last night, we understand, Mr. DK Shivakumar accepted the High Command's decision that he will remain as the PCC chief, the Congress chief, and also, in fact, he will accept the position of a deputy chief minister's post. post. But again, we also understand from DK's camp that DK Shivakumar is not very happy, but does not really have much of a choice, but had to give in to the orders of the High Command at this moment. But as far as Siddaramaiah is concerned, remember, he has been a chief minister once before, back in 2013. But however, when the state went into elections in 2018 under the leadership of Dr. G. Parabeshwara, who was the then Congress chief, and also under the leadership of Mr. Siddaramaiah, they failed to get their numbers, eventually leading to a coalition. But then where the coalition government was toppled by the BJP, which came to power back in 2019. Now, due to the collective leadership, under the collective leadership of Mr. DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, we have seen how Congress received a clean sweeping victory of nearly 136 in this assembly election. So clearly DK Shivakumar had high hopes that he will be rewarded by the party high command, but looks like because of the secret ballot where we went on to see.
What were the drawbacks? Despite being an all-weather man of the Congress, the High Command went with Siddaramaiah.
Well, not much of a drawback that you can actually talk about in as far as DK Shivakumar. Of course, just like you pointed out, he has been an all-weather man for the Congress. Any problem whenever there is crisis within the Congress, the go-to person has of course been Mr. DK Shivakumar. But he has also been called as the taskmaster, unfortunately not as an administrator, because those are the pluses, which especially worked in favor of Mr. Siddaramaiah. As far as Siddaramaiah is concerned, he has been a chief minister once before. He has been a finance minister, deputy chief minister. But as far as DK Shivakumar is concerned, a big position, if you're really talking about this could be the first time as far as the KPCC chief is concerned. In terms of administration, we have never seen him take, have a big position, whether that is deputy chief minister or even for the matter chief minister's post. So this is the first time where we understand the High Command has given this big post to him. So he had clearly high hopes. But of course, majorly, if you're talking about what could also gone against Mr. DK Shivakumar is as well, some of the Congress sources also pointing to the fact that he has corruption charges against him, because very recently we went on to see how Mr. Praveen Sood was elected as the CBI director. Just about a month ago, Mr. DK Shivakumar went on to threaten him that once Congress comes to power, legal action will be taken against him. So this might have gone against him if he was appointed as the chief minister, but it was.
We have Saurabh right outside. In fact, there is a meeting that's going to be taking place between Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shivakumar and Sandeep Surjewala with KC Venugopal. Saurabh, take us through the reasons why it was so difficult to come to this decision, and how would this impact the general elections in 2024?
Divya, the meeting is underway at KC Venugopal's residence at 51 Lodhi Estate, New Delhi. Siddaramaiah has arrived for the meeting, and right now that's important, very crucial. I think this is the final meeting which is underway in Delhi, and then action will be in Bangalore. As of now, Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar, Randeep Surjewala, who's in charge of Karnataka Congress, and KC Venugopal, they're inside, and KC Venugopal is General Secretary organization. Till late last night, KC Venugopal was deliberating with all the senior leaders of Congress party, including Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. Yesterday late night, in that final meeting with Kharge around 11:30-12, it was decided that Siddaramaiah will be the chief minister and DK Shivakumar will be the deputy chief minister, and DK has agreed to it late last night. So far meeting is underway. Apart from that, we will come to know officially that what portfolios and how important DK Shivakumar is going to be in the cabinet, because DK Shivakumar clearly, his supporters and his brother DK Shivakumar is clearly saying that Siddaramaiah has sacrificed. They are using the word sacrifice, and DK Shivakumar has sacrificed for the Congress party after intervention of Sonia Gandhi. So I think that is the case. Supporters of DK Shivakumar, they are not happy. DK Shivakumar is clearly saying that he has sacrificed for the party, but now Now this time, in 2013, when Siddaramaiah became the chief minister, that time he was very much empowered by Congress party. He was calling all the shots in the cabinet. But this time, how powerful Siddaramaiah will be, that is going to be very important, because Siddaramaiah will have home or not. That is also very important. If DK Shivakumar has clearly accepted the post of Deputy CM and the deliberations are underway regarding the ministries, who will keep the important ministries. These are the important decisions which are being discussed here at the meeting. Meeting is underway. Mr. Patil has also reached for the meeting. So now there are 5 important leaders of Karnataka who are meeting. K.C. Venugopal, General Secretary Organization. He has the final word from Kharge. Now everybody is in one table for the first time in last 3 days. Siddaramaiah arrived in Delhi on Monday. DK Shivakumar came on Tuesday. Since then they have not met together. For the first time, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah are together, meeting with party high command along with the state in charge Randeep Singh Surjewala. And after this meeting, I have been told these 2 leaders, DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, will go and meet Rahul Gandhi at 10 Janpad, and then they will fly to Bengaluru, where CLP meeting will happen at 7:30. So I think this is the last meeting in Delhi, and after this, I think we will see a joint picture as well, where we will see Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar together. That is also going to happen in some time from now. But the final meeting,
Interestingly, DK Shivakumar was firm on his demand of the post of the Chief Minister up until the time, like you mentioned, Sonia Gandhi had to intervene in order for him to accept that decision. So on what grounds has he accepted that decision? That is what, everyone wants to know. So what are the reasons behind, how did he get convinced of taking on the post of the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka?
DK Shivakumar is clearly saying that he has sacrificed. So I think that says it all. He's saying that he was willing to become the CM, but unwillingly for the party, he has sacrificed, and now he has accepted. And surely, because I've met several MLAs who are Lingayats, they were also demanding that there should be one Lingayat deputy CM as well, because this time Lingayats have voted for Congress in Karnataka. So that was also a demand. So yesterday there were news that they are going to be 2 deputy CMs or 3 deputy CMs, but that did not happen. I think DK Shivakumar has clearly said that if Congress party is making him number 2, then he should be number 2. So I think only one deputy CM, DK Shivakumar will be the deputy CM. No other deputy CM will be there in Karnataka, and DK Shivakumar will have important ministries as well. So we may see that he may be given PWD and home, which is very important. Whosoever gets the home controls law and order and police of the state. Will Siddaramaiah get home or DK Shivakumar will get home? That we will come to know in some time. So I think that those negotiations are underway. Party High Command has made these 2 leaders sit together and decide the fate of Karnataka. But in principle, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar both have agreed onto the formula made by party president Mallikarjun Kharge late night, and yesterday
stay with us. We have breaking news coming in at this hour. In fact, Kiren Rijiju has been replaced as the law minister. Breaking news coming in at the hour. Well, he will now take on the portfolio, Kiren Rijiju, to be made as the Minister of Earth Sciences, while Arjun Ram Meghwal will be assigned the independent charge as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Law and Justice, in addition to existing portfolios. So that's a breaking news that's coming in at the moment. We have Arvind joining us. Arvind, get us the details that you're hearing.
Divya, the Rashtrapati Bhavan has issued a press communication in which it states that Kiren Rijiju, the current Union Law Minister, has been moved as a Minister of Earth Sciences, whereas Arjun Ram Meghwal, who has been the Minister of State, has been given independent charge of the Union Ministry of Law. That means that Arjun Ram Meghwal will be the Union Law Minister with independent charge, while Kiran Rijiju, who was the Law Minister, has been moved to Earth and Science Ministry. So this is an important change that has been effected by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it has been accepted by the President. And based on the recommendation of Prime Minister, President has accepted this change in portfolio, and it has been notified. That means that India has got the new Law Minister. Arjun Ram Meghwal will be the new Law Minister with independent charge as MOS, whereas Kiran Rijiju, who was the Union Law Minister as a Cabinet Minister, has been moved to Ministry of Earth Sciences. So this is an important change. This comes at the time when there have been several run-ins between the government and also judiciary, especially over appointments in the higher judiciary. That keeping that also on note, now this change has been effected. Now Arjun Ram Meghwal has been made as the new Law Minister, whereas Kiran Rijiju, who was the Law Minister, has been moved to Ministry of Earth Sciences.
What are the reasons behind this reshuffle, Arvind? We've lost Arvind's line there, but we have, in fact, so breaking news coming in on the hour, and that is that there's been a reshuffle as far as the cabinet is concerned. There has been, the Prime Minister was advised, and there has been a change that has taken place as far as the portfolios are concerned. Ministry of Earth Sciences will now be assigned to Kiran Rijiju, who has been the Law Minister. He will be replaced by Arjun Ram Meghwal, a Minister of State. He is now being assigned the independent charge as Minister of State in the Ministry of Law and Justice, in addition to existing portfolios. We have Arvind back with us. Arvind, what's led to this reshuffle in the cabinet?
Divya, we don't know what exactly the reason behind this change in portfolio, because if you could see the press communication from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, it states only about these two ministers. So this is not an across the board change in portfolios. This has been done only with these two ministers. Kiran Rijiju, the Union Law Minister, the sitting Law Minister, has been changed from Law Ministry to Ministry of Earth Sciences, whereas Arjun Ram Meghwal, who's an MOS, who's also an MOS for the Parliamentary Affairs, he has now been made as a Minister for Law and Justice with independent charge. So as an MOS, he will be the Union Minister for Law and Justice with independent charge. And Kiran Rijiju, who is still the Union Cabinet Minister, his portfolio has been changed from Law Ministry to Earth Sciences. The one reason that we could see that we have to yet confirm from our sources whether the run-ins between the government and the judiciary, maybe that would have led for this change in portfolio, because we did see Supreme Court also making an exception to the statements that came from Union Law Minister regarding the appointment regarding the appointments to the higher judiciary. Even in the taking note of the delay in appointment to higher judiciary, Supreme Court on judicial side also passed some orders asking the government to clear the appointments to higher judiciary without any delay. So in that light, now what we are seeing is a change in the Union Law Minister, Kiran Rijiju, moving from Law Ministry to Earth Sciences, though we have to get confirmation on the reason.
Kiran Rijiju took over as the Law Minister in July of 2021. So in less than 2 years, that portfolio has been changed, and now he is being assigned the portfolio. He will be taking on as the Minister of Earth Sciences. He will no longer be the Law Minister. There is now a new Law Minister in the country, Arjun Ram Meghwal, who is being assigned the independent charge. So in less than 2 years, Kiran Rijiju's post has been replaced.
Yeah, Divya, in less than a year, what we are seeing is that Kiran Rijiju, it's not even a year since he was appointed as a Union Law Minister. Earlier it was Ravi Shankar Prasad who was the Law Minister, and after there was a cabinet reshuffle, we saw Kiran Rijiju being elevated to Cabinet Minister and then to the rank of Cabinet Minister, and then he was given the Law Ministry. From there, within a year, what we are seeing is that Kiran Rijiju being moved out of Law Ministry. Law Ministry is a very important portfolio, keeping in mind that the ministry deals with judiciary, and that's where what we are seeing is that again Arjun Ram Meghwal, who's an MOS, who's a junior minister when it comes to the MOS rank.
Right.
In the MOS
if you
rank,
could get us a slight background on Arjun Ram Meghwal.
Divya, Arjun Ram Meghwal is currently Minister of State with charge of parliamentary affairs. So now from there, the notification says that he will also hold Ministry of Law and Justice as an independent charge. That means that so I think we are not sure when was the last time Law and Justice Ministry was with an independent charge. So I think in the recent years this is the first time. Usually it will be always it was held by a cabinet minister, but in the recent years this is the first time MOS, Minister of State, will be holding the Law Ministry as an independent charge. So in a way it's an elevation for Arjun Ram Meghwal, but we have to wait and get confirmation on the real or the reasons behind the change in this portfolio. Kiran Rijiju being shifted from out of a Law Ministry, and then Arjun Ram Meghwal being made as a Law Minister.
Right, this surprise announcement that has been made in a statement by, in fact, just breaking news coming in with this announcement that is being made. Kiran Rijiju will no longer be the Law Minister. He is being replaced. He will now be taking on the portfolio of the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Arjun Ram Meghwal, the Minister of State, will replace Kiran Rijiju as the Minister with independent charge of the Law Ministry. The surprise change has been announced by a statement from the President's House. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Lots more coming up on the outside. Do stay with us.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
मैं नरेंद्र नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूँ। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को।
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in. Kiren Rijiju is no longer the Union Law Minister. There's been a cabinet reshuffle in a statement that's been put out. The President, as advised by the Prime Minister, has been pleased to direct reallocation of portfolios among ministers in the Union Council of Ministers. Now, the Ministry of Earth Sciences is being given to Kiren Rijiju. He will no longer be the Law Minister. Arjun Ram Meghwal will replace Kiren Rijiju as the Law Minister. Minister of State Arjun Ram Meghwal will be assigned the independent charge as the Minister of State in Ministry of Law and Justice in addition to existing portfolios. So this sudden announcement that's been made, we have Akhilesh joining us in order to get us more details on this. Akhilesh, what has caused this reshuffle in the cabinet with Kiren Rijiju being the Law Minister for less than 2 years has now been replaced and in fact taking his place is Arjun Ram Meghwal?
Well, so far no official reason has been given, and we have been trying to find out what is the reason behind this major step, because it's a big demotion for Mr. Kiren Rijiju, who has been a high-profile minister. In fact, when Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad was dropped and this responsibility was given to Mr. Rijiju, a lot of surprise was expressed because he did not actually have a solid law background and he did not have an image of a lawyer also. So that's why it was very surprising at that point of time also. And equally surprising is the move to drop him from the law ministry. And it's kind of a big demotion for him because now he has been assigned a low-profile earth sciences ministry. I mean, it's really unheard of a high-profile minister being given such a low-profile ministry. So it definitely is a message the Prime Minister is trying to send by demoting him. And what is the reason, we do not know, but there's a speculation that the kind of controversies he has been making by his comments against the judiciary, be it the collegium system or the bail system, and also his controversial statements regarding the retired judges, and when he compared them with the activists and called them part of anti-India gang and who has been trying to work against India's interests. So that is all has been part of his legacy, you can call it, and he has been making such controversial statements from time to time. But though, I mean, there's an argument that, he has been making such statements for a very long time. And of course, the higher echelons of the government, they were aware of all those statements. Then why no action was taken earlier? So the timing, of course, raises various questions, and why this responsibility has been given to Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwal. He is a big leader from Rajasthan BJP, and we know that elections are due by the end of this year in Rajasthan. So maybe BJP is trying to send a signal to the Rajasthan voters also by giving Mr. Meghwal a big responsibility.
Right. Thank you so much, Akhilesh, for getting us all those details. Breaking news coming in. Kiren Rijiju no longer the Union Law Minister of the country. He's being replaced by Arjun Ram Meghwal. And like Akhilesh was pointing out, it is a demotion for Kiren Rijiju to now be taking on the portfolio of Earth Sciences in a matter of less than 2 years when he took on the portfolio of the Law Ministry in July of 2021. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने
It is these images of Narendra Modi, India's Prime Minister, that have come to define India's foreign policy. A strong leader, comfortable and confident in the presence of the most powerful leaders in the world. Representative of a strong India. A nation growing economically. The world's most populous nation. A nation being pursued by the West. As a geopolitical heavyweight in Asia which counters an expansionist China.
India's come center stage because of our ability, particularly the Prime Minister's ability to work in partnership with different leaders and work in partnership with different countries.
Narendra Modi started with a masterstroke. He was the first Prime Minister of India to think of inviting the immediate neighbors of South Asia and Mauritius, our near neighbor, to his inauguration.
No other country so far in a kinetic situation stood up to China the way we have.
In the eyes of many leaders from around the world, India and Modi can do no wrong.
He is the most popular world leader for a reason. He is unbelievable visionary, and his level of commitment to the people of India is just indescribable and deep and passionate and real and authentic.
From day one in 2014, foreign policy and making India's mark abroad has been a key priority for the Prime Minister. In August 2014, during his first visit outside India's neighborhood, Mr. Modi struck up a warm rapport with his Japanese counterpart Shinzo Abe. A personal relationship that ended tragically when Abe was assassinated in July last year.
आज भारत की जनता अबे शान को बहुत याद करती है, जापान को बहुत याद करती है। भारत एक प्रकार से अबे शान को मिस कर रही है।
प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त वो भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि दे रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Modi was in Japan for the last rites.
शिंजो आबे उनके परम मित्र।
Today, the militaries of India and Japan train together, with Japan being a key member of the Malabar naval exercises, along with the US and Australia. The common threat is well understood: China and its growing naval threat in waters that India has been unchallenged in the past.
Our relationship with Japan, it was always ever since we did the Look East approach, it was important. But with Mr. Abe, he had a very special relationship. Similarly, the breakthrough with the Saudis and the UAE, I think that improved our position in the Middle East. The relationship with Israel, which had started even earlier, again has flowered.
You are a revolutionary leader, in the best sense of the word revolution. Until you visited Israel, no leader of India in 3,000 years of our own sovereign existence and our history has visited Israel. You are the first leader of a state, of an Indian state, to do this.
Narendra Modi is more well-traveled than any Indian Prime Minister before him. As of April this year, Mr. Modi had made 67 foreign trips, visiting 63 countries.
May no one suffer. Home, peace, peace, peace. May the force be with you.
De Su Excelencia Narendra Modi.
Including visits to the United Nations General Assembly in New York.
हम उस देश के वासी हैं जिसने दुनिया को युद्ध नहीं बुद्ध दिए हैं, शांति का संदेश दिया है.
India's foreign policy has been really vibrant. It's been very dynamic. To my mind, India's come center stage because of our ability, particularly the Prime Minister's ability to work in partnership with different leaders and work in partnership with different countries. So we've never been a part of any bloc. We work, everybody is our partner. And I think that has really been the key to a very vibrant, lively and a very forward-looking foreign policy of India.
His key foreign policy team from 2014, the late Foreign Minister Sushma Swaraj, General V.K. Singh, the former Army Chief, Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, and perhaps more than anyone else, Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's former foreign secretary and now foreign minister, the man who's driven India's foreign policy agenda.
Somewhere Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems.
It's the relationship with the United States, though, which has seen, perhaps, the biggest transformation. After decades of eyeing each other with concern, India and America are now the closest strategic partners, having closed out key foundational agreements that took years for both sides to agree on. America no longer sees India through the prism of New Delhi's historic closeness with Moscow, and India no longer sees the US through the prism of their relationship with Islamabad. The four foundational agreements which have been signed mean that India and the US are closer militarily and strategically than America is with any nation other than its closest NATO allies. Like in the case of Japan, the basis of the growing closeness is defined in one word: China. With the US having decisively shifted its gaze to the Pacific, India is a natural partner, the world's largest democracy and the world's oldest democracy in a partnership. Narendra Modi has driven this alliance.
Today, the United States is our largest economic partner. The last figure that I saw was $162 billion of trade in goods and services. I think it has grown since then. There are about $22 billion worth of arms purchases we made from the United States. We've signed all the foundational agreements, some of them during Prime Minister Modi's time, to set the foundation for increasingly close ties. In terms of the range of dialogues we have on all issues today facing the international community, we have the most intensive dialogue with the United States. I would say, yes, Prime Minister Modi has given a really new dimension to our ties by broadening them in so many areas which were not there on the agenda before.
एक ऐतिहासिक घटना आज मोटेरा के इस विशाल स्टेडियम में जिसके साक्षी हम बने हैं, मैत्री का ये संदेश आज विश्व भर को प्राप्त हुआ है.
President Donald Trump shaking hands, a warm hug, symbolizing the great Indo-American friendship. The aim is to strengthen and deepen the ties further.
In Ahmedabad, at the Namaste Trump event, Donald Trump was given a sense of what friendship with India could mean.
India-USA friendship. USA friendship. India-US friendship. Namaste, Trump.
Namaste. The life of Prime Minister Modi underscores the limitless promise of this great nation. He started out by his father's side as a chiwala, a tea seller. When he was a young man, he worked at a cafeteria in this city instead. Everybody loves him, but I will tell you this, he's very tough.
But building the relationship has not come at the cost of the historic relationship with Russia, not for a moment. A reality most evident in the context of the present crisis in Ukraine. While maintaining the closest ties with Kiev, India has been clear. Our foreign policy will always remain independent, which is why Prime Minister Modi made it clear to Russia's Vladimir Putin that this is not the time for war.
आज का युग युद्ध का है नहीं और हमने फोन पर भी कई बार आपसे इस विषय में बात की है कि डेमोक्रेसी और डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग ये सारी बातें ऐसी हैं कि जो दुनिया को एक स्पर्श करती हैं.
While at the same time going ahead and clearing the import of Russian oil, a move criticized in the West but countered by New Delhi, which has made the point that India imports just a fraction of what Europe does. Let's not have double standards.
If countries in Europe and the West and the United States are so concerned, why don't they allow Iranian oil to come into the market? Why don't they allow Venezuelan oil to come into the market? I mean, they've squeezed every other source of oil we have and then say, okay guys, you must not go into the market and get the best deal for your people. I don't think that's a very fair approach.
The relationship with Moscow needs to be preserved for other reasons. India continues to be the largest importer of Russian weaponry.
The Americans have realized that on this issue of our relationship with Russia, they cannot push us beyond a certain point. Now, if they were to really start imposing sanctions, as they are in the habit of doing, then this can very rapidly erode the relationship they are building. And at some level, and that's to the credit of the US policymakers currently, they understand that our relationship with Russia is long-standing and it just cannot be turned around quickly.
Despite its historic military ties with India, Moscow continues to arm China as well. Most recently, with state-of-the-art S-400 surface-to-air missile systems, the same weapon that it sold India. Today, the same Russia-provided weapon system defends the geographies of both countries. At a time when relations with Beijing remain tense, if not on the edge. It wasn't at all like this when Modi took over as Prime Minister in 2014. These images of Modi and China's Xi Jinping sitting together on a swing by the banks of the Sabarmati in Ahmedabad gave way to what New Delhi has come to see as Beijing's great betrayal. It began in Doklam, a high-altitude plateau in Bhutan in 2017, when Indian soldiers physically entered Bhutanese territory to stop the illegal construction of Chinese roads. China backed down then, turning its attention instead to the entire frontier between the two nations. Prime Minister Modi would not have known of this when he visited Wuhan in China in 2018 for an informal summit with Xi. The two leaders had 6 rounds of talks that stretched close to 10 hours.
Chinese behavior which we simply are unable to fathom. You know, what happened in 2020, why did it happen, what were the Chinese motives? Even today it's very difficult to tell. I've written a book on this and eventually I don't have any answer as to what the Chinese are up to, but clearly the Chinese challenge, and we also have to understand that, don't forget that till the end of 2019, Modi was going great guns with the Chinese. We had two informal summits, one in Wuhan, one in Chennai. And informal summits were billed as a new phase of Sino-Indian relationship. And then suddenly in 2020, they sweep the rug under our feet.
Some say the seeds of the Ladakh crisis had been sown in Doklam. June 16, 2020, Galwan, Ladakh.
违背与我方达成的共识，悍然。
The most serious clashes between Indian and Chinese soldiers since the '62 war. A massive Chinese incursion along the frontier, which had, by and large, seen peace for decades. It was an incursion that brought India and China to the edge of war. Two nuclear-armed nations ending up deploying more than 50,000 soldiers along a frontier at heights above 12,000 feet. Confronted by a massive Chinese military buildup across the line of actual control, India's response has been clear. We build up infrastructure on our side of the LAC to match what China is doing across the LAC. Narendra Modi has been far more direct in his remarks on the other principal Indian adversary, Pakistan.
Pakistan must walk away from terror if it wants to work towards dialogue with India.
The message was overt and it was clear. If you hit us, we will hit you back harder with much more force. September 29, 2016, India's surgical strike.
The Indian Army conducted surgical strikes last night at these launch pads. We can certainly not allow the terrorists to operate across the line of control with impunity and attack the citizens of our country.
And India struck again after the Pulwama terror strike in which 40 CRPF Jawans were killed in a car bomb attack in Kashmir.
Pakistan has used terror as an instrument of state power against a neighbor. It is probably the most ruthless set of actions any country has seen. What this government has done is to convey a very clear message that it will not stand for any act of terrorism and that there will be retribution delivered rapidly and proportionately. And this is what has happened. Now, I think this is the only way for a state to function. You cannot take slaps in the face and then say, ठीक है, गलती हो गई, चलो माफ कर दिया.
February 14, 2019, Balakot. Determined to send out a strong message to Pakistan that terror would be met by force, the Indian Air Force conducted its first raids deep into Pakistani airspace in decades. Targeting a Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camp on a hilltop.
Operation was carried out to tell Jaish-e-Mohammed that no matter where you are, wherever you are, like in this case they were in Pakistan, we'll come and get you. if you carry out terrorist attacks in our country. I think that message went down loud and clear.
But it also triggered a response from Pakistan, a massive attempted counterattack the following morning, which resulted in the first air battles between the Indian and Pakistani Air Force since the 1971 war. A new hero was born for India that day, Wing Commander Abhinandan Vartman, the Indian Air Force pilot who attempted an intercept of Pakistani F-16s moments before he was shot down and held prisoner of war. In the end, Abhinandan walked across the border, a hero in the eyes of the nation.
हमारे वीरों ने आतंकियों को उनके घर में घुस करके मारा है। मोदी, मोदी, मोदी।
It's this same idea of a strong India led by a strong leader that resonates with people of Indian origin around the world, the diaspora. There has been no Indian leader who's made such a strong connect with Indians abroad. They have been a core constituency for Narendra Modi, representatives of India on foreign soil. In interactions with Indians overseas, the Prime Minister has been extraordinarily candid.
रेल की पटरी वाला मोदी ये नरेंद्र मोदी है। रॉयल पैलेस 125 करोड़ हिंदुस्तानियों का एक सेवक है, वो नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं है।
The genius is in using not only the non-resident Indians, but the diaspora. And the diaspora are people of the first, second, third and subsequent generations. It was Israel that crafted the method, for its own reasons, for its survival, the method of diaspora management. And I think India is probably the second major country to have learned the skill of reaching out to the diaspora. It's an investment of effort. To be truthful, previous prime ministers have also done this, but Narendra Modi has taken it maybe 2 steps further forward.
The personal touch and expression have not been lost upon world leaders. The Prime Minister has come to be seen as a representative of a friendly India, a nation willing to partner even at the toughest of times.
India has shown the world that even in a time of greatest need and crisis, they can be a reliable partner.
At the height of COVID, India was among the first nations of the world to export vaccines. India's diplomatic reach has extended to support of distressed Indian nationals around the world. Rescues of students from Ukraine, Indian nationals in Yemen and now Sudan, of people in desperate situations have come by tapping into some of the close relationships that Prime Minister Modi has personally built. Today, India, now established as a major international player, has a key role to play in perhaps the biggest international diplomatic challenge. As president of the group of 20 nations, the G20, Prime Minister Modi will attempt to bring together Western nations and Russia and China to arrive at a consensus on the way forward in ending the war in Ukraine. Stability along the frontiers and tackling our biggest geostrategic threat, China, is key to India's dreams of transforming the lives of 1.4 billion citizens. It'll be a huge challenge, one that'll require deft Indian diplomacy and the Prime Minister's personal touch.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh, Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for
the Congress's Karnataka tussle finally resolved. DKS has accepted the proposal after Sonia Gandhi intervened. The Congress Legislative Party to meet in Bengaluru today evening, where Siddaramaiah will be announced as Chief Minister, DKS as Deputy Chief Minister. Kiran Rijiju has been shifted out of the Law Ministry and has been assigned the relatively low-key Ministry of Earth Sciences. Meanwhile, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Minister of State, will replace him with independent charge of the Law Ministry, the announcement issued by the President's office. A U.S. court rules that Pakistani-origin Canadian businessman Tahawur Rana, who is wanted for the 26/11 terror attack, can be extradited to India. The Supreme Court to pronounce its judgment on a batch of pleas challenging the Tamil Nadu government for allowing the traditional bull taming sport, Jallikattu, as well as Maharashtra's bullock racing. And Prince Harry and his wife Meghan claim they were pursued in their car by photographers after a charity event in New York. The taxi driver who drove them, though, says it wasn't just like a chase.
All right, up first, a mini reshuffle, and in a surprise move, Kiren Rijiju has been shifted out from the Law Ministry and replaced with Arjun Ram Meghwal. Rijiju, one of the high-profile ministers of the government, has been handed the relatively low-key Ministry of Earth Sciences. That's now under his charge. He's made the changes also to his Twitter profile. Meanwhile, Meghwal has been assigned independent charge as Minister of State in the Ministry of Law and Justice. A statement on the changes was issued from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Meghwal will continue to hold charge of parliamentary affairs and culture as a Minister of State. So this surprise move, remember, Kiren Rijiju has been in some controversy over the last few months, and in fact the last year or so, over his certain statements about the Supreme Court and judges as well. And so now, in a surprise move, Kiren Rijiju has been moved out of the Law Ministry. And Arjun Ram Meghwal has been given the charge. Arjun Ram Meghwal has been quite a low-key minister. We haven't heard too much from him. So he's been given the charge of the Law Ministry. Though it's an independent charge, he remains Minister of State, while Kiren Rijiju has been shifted out and replaced by Arjun Meghwal. Kiren Rijiju will be now handling the Ministry of Earth Sciences. As we said, Kiren Rijiju had been in some controversies over the kind of statements that he had been making about the judiciary, about the Supreme Court as well, and now he has lost charge of the Law Ministry. We'll get you more on that, but moving on to the other big story now, Karnataka, and after 4 days of hard negotiations, finally the Congress High Command probably heaving a sigh of relief as Mr. D.K. Shivakumar has finally accepted their proposal, and the Congress will announce Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister of Karnataka and D.K. Shivakumar as his deputy. There you can see D.K. Shivakumar after that meeting with K.C. Venugopal, where both Siddaramaiah and him. All right, these are visuals of him going in for that meeting with K.C. Venugopal as well as with Siddaramaiah. It's after the 4 days that both the leaders would have come face to face. There still remains a little bit of fine-tuning that needs to be done in terms of the portfolios and the various ministries, etc. But for the moment, broadly at least, the resolution to this crisis for 4 days, as there were a series of meetings that were taking place, and the news till last night was that D.K. Shivakumar was not accepting any proposals. He was not accepting anything less than the Chief Minister's chair, as he felt he deserved it. He felt certain promises had been made to him before the elections. He felt he had worked very hard and delivered the state as promised. With that resounding victory of winning 135 seats, that's more than double of what the BJP managed to get in Karnataka. And therefore, this was a tussle that was known would take place should the Congress win. As remember, even on the election trail, both the leaders, Siddaramaiah as well as D.K. Shivakumar, in interviews to NDTV, had made it clear that they want the top job in the state should the Congress come to power. So since the Saturday results that had come out, there was this speculation over who would become Chief Minister. It was thought that Mr. D.K. Shivakumar would, accept any proposal that would be given finally. But from his camp, the news till last night was that he was not having it. He was not going to accept anything less than Chief Ministership. But finally, we're told it was a call from former Congress President Sonia Gandhi that finally convinced him, even if reluctantly, to accept the proposal. Let's go across to Shrija now for more. And Shrija, yesterday we were reporting on how the preparations for the swearing-in had been put on hold given this, uncertainty. Now we know the swearing-in will take place on Saturday. Both the leaders and their followers to return to Bengaluru by today, and that CLP meeting will be taking place at 7 o'clock, where these announcements will finally be made.
Well, that's right, because even though there is no official word that's come in yet, from the top high command, or for that matter, the Congress president, what we do know is that the consensus have reached between both the DK Shivakumar, Congress chief, and also the ex-chief minister of the state, former chief minister of the state, Mr. Siddaramaiah. Of course, there's no official word, but what we do know is that, Siddaramaiah will get that top post. He will be the chief minister of Karnataka, and that Mr. DK Shivakumar will be continuing to hold two posts, as opposed to the Udaipur declaration, which means one person, one post. But as far as Mr. DK Shivakumar is concerned, we understand he will be holding that KPCC post, president post, as well as a deputy chief minister as well. So to also give you an idea about what's happening outside Mr. Siddaramaiah's residence, we are coming out, coming to you outside of Siddaramaiah's residence. The scenes are similar to what we did, of course, show you yesterday. Several people have gathered, his loyal supporters, shouting slogans in support of Mr. Siddaramaiah, that he being made the chief minister of the state even before the official announcement. All the posters that have been put up right here does, of course, read saying that, Mr. Siddaramaiah, the chief minister of the state, congratulations. So that's what these posters, of course, read. So even before that official announcement, we're looking at where several of the supporters have already, in fact, given him that kind of a position, referring to him as the chief minister of the state. Yes, of course, after a lot of deliberation, we understand that, of course, officially, though Mr. DK Shivakumar did not really say that, yes, he is accepting this post, which is the deputy chief minister's post, and that, he's allowing Mr. Siddaramaiah to take the top job. What we do know is that when he spoke to the reporters, he did go on to say that someone must break the ice. Now, that's what Mr. DK Shivakumar said. Now, what must have given Mr. Siddaramaiah that edge? What we see is that, of course, that he has been an able administrator. He has been a finance minister before. He has been a deputy chief minister, and also he has served in the capacity of a chief minister back in 2013, though under his leadership and Mr. Dr. G. Parameshwara were together. They went into elections back in 2018, though they could not really gather much numbers. We see that entire onus was now this time around put on Mr. DK Shivakumar when the state went to elections in 2023, ensuring a very clean sweep of nearly 136. But however, as far as Mr. DK Shivakumar is concerned, yes, he has been considered as the all-weather man for the Congress, and also the go-to person when Congress is in crisis, but unfortunately could not really much convince or have enough pluses to put forth before the party high command and ensure he gets that top job. For now, we understand it will be Mr. Siddaramaiah who will be the chief minister of the state, and of course Mr. DK Shivakumar being the deputy chief minister and the Congress chief as well. So for now, as we speak, we understand the meeting between DK Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah and KC Venugopal have come to an end, and of course we will also be seeing the swearing-in ceremony take place here in the state of Karnataka in Bengaluru on 20th of this month.
Right, the Congress keen to call, other opposition party leaders to come and join that swearing-in ceremony and, really have a show of strength of opposition parties together, like-minded opposition parties. Let's go across to Pratibha, who joins us from Mr. DK Shivakumar's residence, and tell us what's happening there. Pratibha, also yesterday you were reporting on the stadium and how the preparations had come to a halt given the uncertainty of when the swearing-in would take place. Now we can imagine that the preparations will begin once again.
Well, in fact, right outside DK Shivakumar's residence, there is a sense of calm, whether it signals disappointment or whether it signals the peace talks that are on between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar is yet to be ascertained. But in the meantime, what we hear is that the swearing-in ceremony is likely to take place on May 20th. What we also know for sure is that the CLP meeting would take place this evening at around 7 p.m. And just like in 2013, when Mr. Siddaramaiah was elected as the CLP leader, all odds point to Siddaramaiah being elected as the CLP leader once again this evening, and DK Shivakumar is touted to be the deputy chief minister. Whether both of them would be present at the swearing-in ceremony to take oath as the chief minister and deputy chief minister respectively, all these nitty-gritties are yet to be worked out. Yesterday, yes, the stadium was decked up initially with all the Congress flags, as well as the stage being set for the swearing-in ceremony, which was supposed to be on the 18th. But then there was a call from Delhi where all of the operations were stalled for the time being until there was a definitive conclusion that the meetings would arrive at. And for now, we'll have to wait and see if those operations would resume now that we will perhaps get a green signal very soon from Delhi.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us, Pratibha. Well, so there you have it. The announcement expected this evening in Bengaluru at 7 o'clock. All indications are that, finally Mr. DK Shivakumar has accepted the proposal, though not too happy. At least that's what is indicated by what his brother had to say. Let's just first listen into what DK Suresh said about how he's not fully happy, and then we'll go across to Sunil for more.
I don't think I am fully happy, but in the interest of the Karnataka, what commitment we have given to the people of Karnataka, Kannadigas, we wanted to fulfill. So that's why the party and Mr. DK Shivakumar, everybody has to accept. In future we will see, let us see, long run to go.
We will see. So Sunil, tell us what's happening. Both the leaders, finally meeting at KC Venugopal's place, and that meeting is now over. What is the latest? There's still, a little bit of nitty-gritties to be worked out as far as this power sharing arrangement goes?
That's right. As we speak, Mr. Siddaramaiah in the front seat, KC Venugopal, DK Shivakumar and Randeep, the key players, all in the same Innova, have reached Mr. Kharge's residence, the Congress president, where they will work out and fine-tune the details. Mr. Kharge, of course, knows it by the back of his hand, the state well, and the kind of portfolios and the kind of arrangement that has been made. He's a veteran Karnataka politician. He's been the home minister. He knows that entire state and the affairs. And it's in that backdrop, we'll have to wait and see how they, really agree on this power sharing agreement if it does take place. What we have been told, it all hinges on the Lok Sabha polls in 2024 and the performance of the Congress party. The Congress leadership making it clear for them at this present juncture, it is critical for the Congress to do well in the Lok Sabha polls, even though they might not have a name or a face in the 2024. They would still like the local leadership to deliver on the promises that they have made and to carry it forward. Right. Having said that,
Sunil, sorry to interrupt you. We've got that picture finally. Sunil, sorry to interrupt you. We have that picture finally that we were waiting for, with DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah with Mr. Kharge, holding up their hands. So there, that picture of unity that the Congress is trying to project as far as Karnataka goes. Now they can get on with the job. Yes, Sunil, you were saying going into 2024 how crucial Karnataka is, how crucial it is that they fulfill those 5 promises that they made to the people of the state.
That's right. That apart from that, it's a show of unity and it's a sign that they would like to say all is well. For the Congress party, it is critical in a battleground state like Karnataka, where it had been decimated to 1 seat, that out of the 28 seats, they are able to continue with the same trend and make it double figures and ensure that the Congress is in the reckoning. Something that they will have to work on, because the BJP itself is also introspecting at this stage. But the critical factor will be the government formation to see those various sections that have supported the Congress party, be it the Lingaites, be it the Muslims, be it the Dalits, and every section of society in terms of the region are reflected in that cabinet formation when that swearing-in takes place on the 20th. So their task is cut out, and clearly the optics now in terms of trying to show a show of unity. Just to give one perspective, Mr. DK Shivakumar, as he said, reluctantly finally succumbed to pressure because of the fact that Sonia Gandhi intervened.
Right.
While Mr. Kharge did have a say, it was Sonia Gandhi who really worked on the phone with Mr. DK Shivakumar, assuring him that his interests will be looked after, and this big concession being made in terms of him becoming the deputy CM. And he finally, as he said, we had to break the ice, and that's the way it was done.
All right, and late into the night, all these talks took place. Sunil, you were up late in the night sending us those updates till 3 a.m. Saurabh, tell us what's happening there. What do we know about Mr. Siddaramaiah's program? Both leaders are now going to return to Bengaluru so the CLP meeting can take place at 7 p.m. as planned.
Absolutely. Now all these leaders are having tea right now, and I'm standing right outside Mallikarjun Kharge's residence, and you have just we are showing that picture also where Kharge is there holding hands of DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah, and I can see finally Siddaramaiah is smiling. I have been following Siddaramaiah from last 3 days. He has not been saying anything, even he was not smiling. So today when he was leaving from ITC Maurya, I did ask him to at least, sir, now smile, you are going to be the CM. But then too he did not smile. Finally he smiled for the picture, so thanks to the photographer. And now I think this meeting will get over in next 15 minutes, and all these leaders may go to meet Rahul Gandhi at 10 Janpath, and then after they will leave for Bengaluru, where CLP meeting will be there at 7:30. So I think Mallikarjun Kharge is meeting all of them. Before that, KC Venugopal met with all these leaders, and for the first time in 3 days, KC Venugopal managed to got them together. And after late night negotiations yesterday, as Sunil was pointing out, that after the consensus was made between these two leaders, finally DK Shivakumar reluctantly agreed to become Deputy CM of Karnataka. But what kind of portfolios is he going to get? So that is a big question. His brother, definitely DK Suresh, is not happy at all, saying that he is not happy, but whatever party high command decides, they will go with it. And I've met few followers of DK Shivakumar. They're also quite upset. But as DK Shivakumar is saying that he has sacrificed for the party, so everybody is accepting. But now few other Karnataka leaders of Congress, they're also going inside to meet Kharge and KC Venugopal along with Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. This meeting will get over in next 15 minutes, and then they will likely go to meet Rahul Gandhi. We can expect one more picture of these leaders with Rahul Gandhi, and then they will leave for Bengaluru post 3, we have been told. Siddaramaiah will go on a private charter, and DK Shivakumar also has a private charter, so both will go on a private charters today, and they will reach Bengaluru by 5, we have been told, and then after CLP meeting will take place. So happy faces for pictures, but DK Shivakumar's supporters are not happy, though they are saying that they will go with High Command's order and decision.
Right. Okay, Saurabh. So they'll also meet with Rahul Gandhi, and he'll get the picture with both leaders. Though it was Sonia Gandhi's intervention that really did the trick, that finally, sealed the deal, so to speak. So that's interesting because DK Shivakumar met with the Rahul Gandhi yesterday as well. Briefly, just before we go, Shrija, so all indications, finally a big relief that DK Shivakumar has accepted the proposal, but all is not over now. Is the sense, because now it depends on how the two leaders work together going forward.
Well, whatever said and done, we have seen especially the rift between Mr. DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah out there in public just split open. And we also went on to see it was during Bharat Jodo Yatra, even during Siddaramaiah, which was, the birthday celebration of Siddaramaiah. We went on to see a gesture by Mr. Rahul Gandhi right there on the stage, asking DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah to share a hug, to shake hands. So there was a forceful kind of, a camaraderie presented, especially out there in the public between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. So it's a very known fact out there, both of them don't get along very well. It's only just because you have the high command ordering them rather to ensure that there is no rift of factions within the party. So now it becomes more crucial because right now it's their government, it's Congress that's come to power with a clean sweep victory of nearly 136. So it becomes all the more crucial for both of them to work together to ensure a smooth functioning of an administration. Yes, we see that Mr. DK Shivakumar did try and put up a very, very strong fight against DK against Siddaramaiah on various platforms just in the run-up to the elections, went on to also declare, saying that he will be the CM candidate and that, there should be people voting for him, and also as far as, rallying behind him as far as the CM candidate is concerned. But eventually it all boiled down to, especially where all the MLAs in a secret ballot supported Mr. Siddaramaiah. So he clearly did, of course, have an edge over DK Shivakumar. All said and done, we have seen Mr. DK Shivakumar being the go-to person when Congress is in crisis, but now it is very, very out there clear. It is an instruction coming in from Sonia Gandhi, like you did point out. Only after Sonia Gandhi stepped in, intervened, all things have all settled down. But again, you did see the reaction come in from Mr. DK Shivakumar saying that someone must cut the ice. So it had to be him. So clearly we have to see in coming days how things will pan out, because as far as the BJP is concerned, there was a pure dissidence within the party. Eventually Mr. B.S. Yediyurappa had to be removed and then Bommai had to be brought in. But in this case, we see it is a very clear-cut order from the High Command that Mr. Siddaramaiah will remain the Chief Minister and that DK Shivakumar will be the Deputy Chief Minister.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us with the latest there. And we'll slip into a short break. We're expecting a press conference addressed by KC Venugopal in just a short while from now. So stay with us.
राशि की स्कूल फीस, घर का किराया, कितनी जिम्मेदारियां हैं सर पे। तुम तो टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस लिए बिना ही चलेगा।
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूँ। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival de Cannes. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूँ। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story.
Welcome back. Some news coming in from the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court Constitution Bench has upheld Tamil Nadu government's law which allows Jallikattu in the state. It rules when legislature has declared that Jallikattu is part of the cultural heritage of Tamil Nadu. Judiciary cannot take a different view. Let's go across to Arvind for more on this. And Jallikattu, remember, is a bull taming sport that is played during the Pongal Harvest Festival. Now, Arvind, we remember years ago when this had become a massive controversy, and you had all those protests in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai. And now, everybody waiting to find out what the Constitution Bench would rule, because you have all these activists and PETA organizations that have spoken about the very real cruelty that is also involved in this sport, as it is called. Even though it is cultural, there is a certain amount of cruelty, certain cruel practices that were conducted, where the animals, we'd hear about how chili is used to ensure that the animals remain agitated and run fast. So these sort of things. Let's go across to Arvind. So Arvind, I was just saying that, a few years ago, this had become a massive controversy when it was banned, and we saw those protests in Tamil Nadu. Now the Supreme Court there saying that if it is a part of the culture and that has been ruled by the Tamil Nadu government, then they have, gone along with it.
Yeah, Gargi, Supreme Court Constitution Bench has upheld the Tamil Nadu government's law allowing Jallikattu in the state of Tamil Nadu. Several petitions were filed in Supreme Court challenging the legislation of the Tamil Nadu government that allowed Jallikattu in the state of Tamil Nadu, wherein they said that this is nothing but cruelty to animals, and this goes against the very intent of the central government's legislation, because there is a law called Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, which is a central government legislation. So in such a case, when there is a law by the central government that works to prevent cruelty to animals, how can a state government bring in a law or a legislation that goes against the very intent of the central government? That seems to be the prima facie allegation, or the basis on which several petitions were filed in Supreme Court, saying that no state government can bring up a legislation or pass a legislation that goes against the legislation of the central government, even though the matter is concurrent subject. That's called repugnancy in legal parlance. And that's why several petitions were filed in Supreme Court on that particular premises, wherein they said that the state of Tamil Nadu government, the state of Tamil Nadu's legislation allowing Jallikattu should be quashed, because that runs against the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals law of the central government. So after hearing all the sides of the argument today, 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court passed its verdict, wherein they said that because the Tamil Nadu's law has already been given assent by the President under Article 254 of 2, which is an act of repugnancy. Whenever there is a repugnancy between a central and state law, once the President gives an assent under Article 254 subclause Article 2, that means that that particular law can prevail, and that's what Supreme Court has said. Because President has given an assent in this particular case, that's why Supreme Court refused to quash the law. And Supreme Court also held that because the legislation has held that Jallikattu is a cultural heritage of the state of Tamil Nadu, because judiciary cannot enter into this particular domain to find or to adjudicate whether that is actually a cultural heritage or not. Because of all these issues, keeping in mind, Supreme Court today dismissed all the petitions, thereby allowing Jallikattu in the state of Tamil Nadu and also upholding the legislation that has been passed by the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right, and let's go across to Sam now. Sam, so relief for the Tamil Nadu government, even though, many activists have said there's a lot of cruelty involved, so hopefully that sort of vigilance will be kept up.
Gargi, they are exploring the other legal options available, but certainly, although they have not come on record, they say only after studying the judgment in detail they'll be able to record, but unofficially they say they are extremely disappointed. To give a little backdrop, the case was originally filed by a father of a young man who was stabbed to death in a Jallikattu event, after which he cited cruelty and asked for a ban. In the year 2014, the central government had banned it. Of course, even the Supreme Court had banned it, citing cruelty. And for 2 years, Tamil Nadu did not have Jallikattu. And in the year 2017, there was a massive uprising along the marina. At any point in time, you had around 30,000 people assembled there, asking for exempting the state from holding under the Prevention of Cruelty Act, so that the Jallikattu event could be held in Tamil Nadu. And under that situation, the Tamil Nadu government had promulgated an ordinance exempting Tamil Nadu, particularly Jallikattu, under the provision of Article 29(1), citing that Jallikattu is an age-old cultural practice and it has to be exempted. And it was under that was allowed and held in the year 2017 onwards, and that was challenged by various groups including PETA, and now the Supreme Court has upheld the promulgation of that ordinance. It has also made it clear that ever since new guidelines were put in place, animal cruelty, the court feels, has come down drastically. But many point out even the very fact that animals have to travel hundreds of kilometers, have to be confined to that shed or arena and made to run in that arena where thousands of spectators and hundreds of bull tamers try to tame these bulls is enough psychological trauma for these animals, and it is a severe sign of cruelty. But the court has now, the top court has felt that it has to be accepted that the Tamil Nadu government's view, it's a cultural heritage, and that the new animal cruelty control measures, they say, in terms of erection of barricades, in terms of screening animals for intoxication, all those things the court feels has reduced animal cruelty to a great extent. What are the legal options available, if at all? We'll have to wait and watch. But animal rights activists say they will respond once they are able to read the judgment in full. But to begin with, they say they're extremely disappointed, Gargi.
All right, and one can imagine disappointment among the activists because they've, even shown examples of the kind of cruelty that is involved. But for the moment, the Supreme Court, they're allowing Jallikattu to go ahead. Thanks so much, Sam, for joining us with those details. All right, in fact, we can go across to the Constitution bench. Let's listen in to what's being said.
ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு இருக்கப்படி நிச்சயமாக அந்த விலங்குகள் அந்த ஹம்பில் தான் பிடிக்கிறாங்க. அதனால அது துன்புறுத்தப்படுவது இதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்புகள் இல்லை என்கிற கருத்திலே தான் தீர்ப்பு இருக்கும்.
Sir, what is your reaction on the Supreme Court decision on Jallikattu?
Sir, Supreme Court has given a very good verdict, historical verdict for the steps taken by our leader Talabadi and the government of Tamil Nadu. That is the Tamilians' culture, heroism, tradition, all have been safeguarded by our leader. So it is a legal fight. That legal fight we won, but because of our good lawyers engaged by the government and the representation made by them through the lawyers, the points given by our Honorable Chief Minister, which makes the case verdict very successful.
All right, moving on to the other big news today. In a surprise move, Kiran Rijiju was shifted out from the Law Ministry and he's been replaced with Arjun Ram Meghwal. Rijiju, one of the high-profile ministers of the government, has now been handed the Ministry of Earth Sciences, while Meghwal has been assigned independent charge as Minister of State in the Ministry of Law and Justice. He also holds other portfolios. This announcement was made in a statement by the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Let's go across to Megha for more on this. And Megha, we do know right, we will just be going across to Megha, but let's just see what Kiran Rijiju has tweeted, and he's changed his profile as well, description on Twitter, and he says it's been a privilege and an honor to serve as the Union Minister of Law and Justice under the guidance of Shri Narendra Modi. And then he's thanked the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, all the judges of the Supreme Court, Chief Justices and judges of the High Court. So that's interesting, given that he was in the news for his run-ins, in a sense, with the judiciary. He had spoken out against the judges. There was all, the criticism of the way judges are appointed. And so he had been seen as having run-ins with the judiciary, even tweeting about it, and some very, unexpected statements made by the law minister in the last couple of months against the Indian judiciary, something that had created something of a controversy. Well, let's go across to Megha now for more. And Megha, though, of course, no reasons being cited here, but a surprise nonetheless. Kiran Rijiju shifted out. He's a high-profile minister. Arjun Ram Meghwal is somebody who's a lower profile, and now he's been given charge of the law ministry.
Well, that's correct. It, of course, has come as a surprise, but let me, give you a bit of a background. There has been, of course, talk of a cabinet reshuffle, a proper cabinet reshuffle, not just one or two. And this talk has been going on for the last 6 to 8 months, but that didn't happen. Earlier, of course, the idea was perhaps before the Karnataka elections, we would see that reshuffle happen. It's not happened. At least Mr. Kiran Rijiju, he has been laterally shifted to another position, remains a cabinet minister. But what is interesting is that Mr. Meghan, who of course was holding other portfolios, including parliamentary affairs, MOS parliamentary affairs, till this time, and has been one of the very effective minister in terms of doing the floor handling for the government, in the past few parliament sessions, along with two other cabinet ministers, Mr. Joshi, who holds the parliamentary affairs ministry as the cabinet rank person, and their work has been appreciated. It's been appreciated because the government's been able to push through the major agendas in the parliament. Maybe it's some sort of a recognition of the work that he has done, but the bigger story here is Mr. Kiran Rijiju being relieved of his position as the law minister. And why has that happened? Of course, rumor mills, of course, have started working, from the time this information was put out by the Rashtrapati Bhavan in a communique that he would be now handling Earth and Sciences portfolio. Mr. Rijiju himself has put out a tweet thanking the Prime Minister, thanking the CJI. He says, it's been a privilege and an honor to serve as the Union Minister of Law and Justice under the guidance of Prime Minister. And then he goes on to thank CJI, Mr. Chandrachud, all the judges of the Supreme Court, Chief Justices, and the judges of the Higher Court, etc. But many would, of course, see this as a demotion for Mr. Rijiju. But why has it happened? The probable reasons that comes to your mind, of course, are the various controversies that, he sort of inadvertently quoted in the past, in the statements that he had made, many that did not go down well with the judiciary. You had these run-ins that happened with him and the judiciary, between the judiciary and the law minister, statements that the judiciary did not take very kindly to. And of course, the appointment of the judges was a sticking issue between the government and the judiciary. Having said that, the recent setbacks that the government has faced in the Supreme Court, including the latest judgment, which was the Delhi government versus the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, all of that, has that contributed in the decision of the government, wanting to replace Mr. Rijiju with somebody else. Now, Mr. Meghan, who hails from Rajasthan, has been a very low-profile minister in the cabinet. He's hardly somebody who you would see on TV or interacting with the media. Just manages his work and keeps to that. Very, very low profile, but an effective worker is what his cabinet colleagues would tell you. Is this a reward for Mr. Meghan? Perhaps it is. Right. But the interesting bit here is that he has been given the charge as MOS independent for the law and judiciary. There's already an MOS who is existing in the ministry, Mr. Baghel from Uttar Pradesh. Will the government have some other arrangements, maybe during the day, on a day or two? We would understand, because you're now having two MOSs, one with an independent charge. Will the other one work under him? That, those things need to still be clarified.
Right, Megha. So Kiran Rijiju there shifted out. His recent statement about, some retired judges are a part of the anti-India gang had created quite a lot of controversy, with, lawyers even petitioning that he should apologize. Thanks so much for joining us with all those details. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news on the other side.
Namaskar.
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fun.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक
Welcome back. Let's get you some IPL news now. And Liam Livingston almost pulled off a miracle for Punjab, but they fell short by 15 runs of the Delhi target. Punjab virtually out of the race for the playoffs now.
Off stump. Already out of the tournament, Delhi started like they had nothing to lose, amassing 61 runs in the power play.
Very high and long enough.
Prithvi Shaw, who had a dismal start to this year's tournament, shone bright under the floodlights at the beautiful Dharamshala Stadium. But his return came with its own hiccups. Prithvi Shaw injured his hand while facing Rabada and fell shortly after having made a well-deserved 54. But post Shaw's departure, it was all the Riley Russo show.
With his lengths.
The big left-hander went hammer and tongs to take Delhi to 213 for 2 with an individual contribution of 82 runs in just 37 balls. Still in the chase to qualify for the playoffs, Punjab lost their captain Shikhar Dhawan early.
Huge.
Punjab rode their luck as the Delhi fielders couldn't hold on to their chances. A sloppy day for Delhi in the field.
Now there's a fielder there. Now it's put down again. There was chaos here.
Punjab Kings' hopes were pinned on Liam Livingstone, whose clean hitting kept Punjab in the hunt. Livingstone went into beast mode as sixes rained off his blade. Punjab, despite Livingstone's heroics, fell short by 15 runs as their hopes of qualifying for the playoffs dissipated.
All right, and here's how the league table looks. Punjab could have broken into the top 4 spot, but with that loss, they will now be dependent on other results. Delhi, with a consolation win, stayed 9th in the table. International news now, and House and Senate Republicans joined together outside the U.S. Capitol to show solidarity in talks over raising the debt ceiling. The appearance of both GOP members of both houses came as President Joe Biden said he's confident the U.S. will avoid an unprecedented and catastrophic debt default. Biden said talks with congressional Republicans have been productive as he prepared to leave for a global summit.
Our debt is larger than our economy by more than 20%. If we do nothing, we will pay more in interest in the next 10 years than we paid in the last 83. If we do nothing and you follow along, and God forbid you get a Biden default because he ignores the problem just as he ignored the border, said Mr. President, could we start our meetings? For 104 days he said no.
The truth is the dream is out of reach for too many Americans. And the biggest obstacle is the very government entrusted to protect it. So we gather here today on a bicameral basis to send a message to the president. This legislation is purposeful, not political. We stand for the hardworking American family unable to afford groceries, gas, housing, or health care because of inflation fueled by trillions of dollars in reckless spending.
In other news, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle were involved in a near catastrophic car chase with the paparazzi in New York. That's what a spokesperson for the couple said. But the police, even the mayor of New York City, as well as a taxi driver who briefly transported the couple, played down the danger and duration of the reported pursuit. The episode took place after Harry and Meghan attended an awards ceremony in America's financial capital with Meghan's mother, Doria Ragland. The taxi driver said that the couple did look worried, but he said, I wouldn't describe it as a pursuit.
You know, I was crossing on 67th Street and then the security guard hailed me. And next thing you know, Prince Harry and his wife were hopping into my cab. And as we went a block, we got blocked by a garbage truck, and all of a sudden paparazzis came and started taking pictures. And then they were just about to give me the location where they were gonna go, but then they told me to circle back to the precinct, so we circled back to the precinct.
And what did you think about the description of this, you know, the near catastrophic event?
Oh, I don't think that's true. I think that's all, you know, exaggerated and stuff like that, so don't read too much into that, you know.
Did it feel like the paparazzi were being aggressive?
No. They were behind us. I mean, they stayed on top of us. That was pretty much it. There was nothing more, you know. They kept their distance. It's just like journalists, just like everybody else trying to get pictures, make a quick buck.
No, I'm going to be brief in depth later on today and to give the exact time frame of how long. I would find it hard to believe that there was a 2-hour high-speed chase. That would be, I find it hard to believe, but we will find out the exact duration of it. But if it's 10 minutes, a 10-minute chase is extremely dangerous in New York City. We have a lot of traffic, a lot of movement, a lot of people are using our streets. Any type of high-speed chase that involves something of that nature is inappropriate.
Finally, an 1,100-year-old Hebrew Bible that is one of the world's oldest surviving biblical manuscripts sold for $38 million in New York. The Codex Sassoon, a leather-bound handwritten parchment volume containing a nearly complete Hebrew Bible, was purchased by former U.S. Ambassador to Romania, Alfred H. Moses, on behalf of the American Friends of ANU and donated to the ANU Museum of the Jewish People in Tel Aviv. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news updates on the other side with Parmeshwar. Stay with us.
What should...
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival de Cannes. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी।
आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं।
सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise,
Good afternoon. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. After 4 days of hard negotiations, the Congress will announce Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. The Congress is currently addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
Has been started that point of time itself. Sincerely thanking. He also spent many days for campaign, and we are thanking Rahul Gandhi also for his sincere campaigning and guidance. Madam Priyanka ji also extensively toured. Her show was big hit in Karnataka, and I would like to thank Priyanka Gandhi ji also on this regard. Of course, Madam Sonia Gandhi's advice and the presence in the campaign strengthened our prospectus, strengthened our cadre, electrified our cadre. There is no word to thanks Madam Sonia Gandhi also. Brothers, sisters, of course we got a mandate on 13th evening. 14th evening itself we had a CLP meeting. Honorable Congress President deputed 3 observers to attend in that CLP meeting. Entire night of 14th and till morning of 15th, they took a one-to-one hearing from the MLAs, each and every MLAs of Congress party. Finally, they given a report to Congress President on 15th night. Our party is a democratic party, you know that. We believe in consensus, not in dictatorship. Last 2-3 days, yes, we are trying for a consensus. You know that. Karnataka, we had good dynamic leaders. Very good chunk of leaders are there in Karnataka for the Congress party. Siddaramaiah, you know, an experienced senior-most politician, an able administrator, he is contributed a lot for this election for the party. Tirelessly he worked for the party throughout the state. The same way, our PCC President D.K. Shivakumar, one of the dynamic party organizers in the state, he electrified the cadre of the state. Wherever little gap is there, he reached there and filled the gap. So it was a very good combination as Shivakumar as a PCC and Siddaramaiah as a CLP leader. Both are big assets of the Congress party in Karnataka. Of course, everybody have their own wish, their own desire to become a CM. They deserve it also. Both deserve it also. The Congress President had a series of consultation with the senior leaders and one-to-one discussion with the Siddaramaiah ji and Shivakumar. We are all the part of that discussions. And he took opinion from Madam Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka ji and other senior leaders. Finally, Congress President took a decision on Karnataka's CLP leader issue. He authorized me to convey his decision, Congress President decisions, to the media, through the media to the people of Karnataka and the nation. He decided to make Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Siddaramaiah will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka. D.K. Shivakumar will be the only one Deputy CM of Karnataka. He will continue as a PCC President till the Parliament election is over. Already we are having a CLP meeting in the evening at Bangalore to formally elect CLP leader. 20th, day after tomorrow, 12:30 is the swearing-in ceremony. Along with the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, a group of ministers also will be sworn in that day. Okay, thank you. That you will know.
नमस्कार साथियों, जैसा कि आदरणीय केसी वेणुगोपाल जी ने कहा, भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस की कर्नाटक प्रदेश में भव्य जीत का सेहरा असल मायनों में 6.5 करोड़ कर्नाटक के भाई बहनों के सर पे है, क्योंकि ये जीत कांग्रेस पार्टी की नहीं, सही मायनों में हर कन्नडिगा की जीत है। इस देश के प्रजातंत्र की जीत है, इस देश के संविधान के मूल्यों की जीत है और उन ताकतों की करारी हार है जो इस देश में से प्रजातंत्र को नेस्तनाबूद करना चाहते हैं, जो संविधान को कुचलना चाहते हैं, जो प्रजातांत्रिक परंपराओं को बुलडोजर के नीचे आए दिन दबाते हैं। इस देश के हर गरीब की जीत है, इस देश के मध्यम वर्ग नौकरी पेशा व्यक्ति की जीत है, इस देश के छोटे छोटे उद्योग चलाने वाले हर व्यक्ति की जीत है। संगठन के लिहाज से इस जंग की शुरुआत श्री राहुल गांधी जी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से हुई, जैसा वेणुगोपाल जी ने कहा, जिसने सही मायनों में कर्नाटक में 21 दिन राहुल गांधी जी ने 600 किलोमीटर यात्रा कर संगठन को एक नई ताकत दी। उसके बाद सिद्धारमैया जी, DK शिवकुमार जी और कांग्रेस के सब नेताओं ने मिलकर प्रजाध्वनि यात्रा से प्रदेश के कोने कोने में एक अलख जगाई। चुनाव के दौरान जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष खड़गे साहब ने 1 महीने तक न दिन देखा न रात कड़ी मेहनत की और वो 42 से अधिक सभाओं को संबोधित उन्होंने किया, उससे चुनाव को ताकत मिली। श्री राहुल गांधी जी के धुआंधार चुनाव प्रचार, उसने एक बार फिर नई ऊर्जा चुनाव को दी और प्रियंका गांधी जी का लगाव, अपनापन और जबरदस्त प्रचार, उसने भी चुनाव को एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार किया। पूरे देश से कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने, ऑब्जर्वर्स ने, इंचार्जेस ने, मुख्यमंत्रीगण ने, एक एक कांग्रेस के काडर ने इकट्ठे होकर ये लड़ाई लड़कर ये दिखाया कि कांग्रेस संगठित होकर ये लड़ाई लड़ सकती है। सिद्धारमैया जी ने प्रदेश के कोने कोने में जाकर चुनाव प्रचार किया। DK शिवकुमार जी, जिनका चुनावी संगठन में उनका माहिरपन, उनकी काबिलियत के लिए वो मशहूर हैं, जाने जाते हैं, उन्होंने जहां उन्हें कमी लगी वो सारा गैप भर के एक नई ताकत का संचार चुनाव को दिया। तो ये जीत कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व की सामूहिक जीत है और उसके साथ साथ कर्नाटक के लोगों की जीत है। जैसा वेणुगोपाल जी ने कहा, 13 तारीख की रात को नतीजे आए। 14 तारीख और 15 तारीख देर सुबह तक हमारे तीनों ऑब्जर्वर्स ने मंत्रणा की। 15 की रात को उन्होंने रिपोर्ट सौंपी। 2 दिन चर्चा का दौर चला। मुझे मालूम है बहुत सारे पत्रकार मित्र विचलित रहे, अनेकों सवाल पूछते रहे। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि आप और जल्दी फैसला क्यों नहीं कर रहे। आप में से अनेक लोगों ने थोड़ा गुस्सा भी किया हमसे, वेणुगोपाल जी से, मुझसे, क्योंकि आपका अधिकार है। मोदी जी से तो कोई गुस्सा कर नहीं सकता, हम पर तो आपका अधिकार है, हम आपके परिवार का हिस्सा हैं। हम आपको प्यार करते हैं, आप हमें प्यार करते हैं, यही कांग्रेस है। और 2 दिन की मंत्रणा और कंसेंसस के बाद, क्योंकि खड़गे साहब ने कहा साफ तौर से कि वो सोनिया जी से, राहुल जी से, प्रियंका जी से, कांग्रेस के सारे नेतृत्व से चर्चा करेंगे, पुराने नए सब लोगों से चर्चा करेंगे, प्रदेश के लोगों से चर्चा करेंगे, दोनों नेताओं से चर्चा करेंगे। मैं ये फिर दोहराऊंगा जैसा मेरे आदरणीय महासचिव संगठन ने कहा, हमारे दोनों नेता मुख्यमंत्री बनने के काबिल हैं, दोनों के अंदर प्रदेश चलाने के गुण हैं, और कई और ऐसे लोग हैं जिनमें बहुत काबिलियत है, पर एक ही व्यक्ति पर निर्णय करना है, इसलिए सबसे मंत्रणा कर आदरणीय खड़गे साहब ने निर्णय किया कि विधायक दल के अगले नेता और मुख्यमंत्री श्री सिद्धारमैया जी होंगे, और उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर उप मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर श्री DK शिवकुमार जी काम करेंगे। कांग्रेस पार्टी अपनी 5 गारंटी लागू करने के लिए कटिबद्ध है। कांग्रेस पार्टी गरीब मध्यम वर्ग नौकरी पेशा व्यक्ति के लिए कर्नाटक में काम करेगी, और एक ट्रांसपेरेंट गवर्नमेंट, ऑनेस्ट गवर्नमेंट, स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट, अकाउंटेबल गवर्नमेंट देकर हम एक नया रोल मॉडल कर्नाटक के अंदर पेश करेंगे, ब्रांड कर्नाटका का निर्माण करेंगे। 20 तारीख को ओथ होगी, आज शाम को विधायक दल की बैठक है 7 बजे बेंगलोर में। 20 तारीख को 12:30 बजे मंत्रिमंडल की शपथ होगी। मुख्यमंत्री उप मुख्यमंत्री के साथ कई और साथी भी मंत्री पद की जिम्मेवारी ग्रहण करेंगे। बाकी के सवाल जो हैं उनका जवाब हम बाद में देंगे।
Yeah. We are inviting the like-minded party leaders to be the part of swearing ceremony. So power sharing formula is to share the power to the people of Karnataka. That's what. Only that is the power has to share the people of Karnataka. Nothing else.
Right after 4 days of intense lobbying and hectic negotiations, the Congress leadership has managed to broker a deal between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. They have made an official announcement. KC Venugopal has confirmed that Siddaramaiah will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka, while DK Shivakumar will be his deputy. Apparently, the deal was sealed after the leadership late last night agreed to Shivakumar's demand to make him the only deputy chief minister. In fact, a meeting of the Congress Legislative Party will be held in Bengaluru, where Siddaramaiah now will be officially elected as the CLP leader. But as expected, Siddaramaiah will take over as the Chief Minister of Karnataka, while DK Shivakumar will be sworn in as the sole Deputy Chief Minister day after tomorrow, along with some significant portfolios as well. Shivakumar, as announced by the Congress High Command, will continue as the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President too. In fact, at the press conference, KC Venugopal said that the Congress believes in consensus and not dictatorship. They tried to reach consensus with these tough choices of 2 very good dynamic leaders in the Congress. KC Venugopal said that both deserve to be CM, playing a diplomatic card there. But then shortly after, his next sentence was Siddaramaiah is going to be given the post of the top job, while DK Shivakumar will be his deputy. He also added that DK Shivakumar will continue as the KPCC president till the parliament election is over. And he said that the CLP leader has not been elected yet, but that formal election will be made within the party by this evening, is what our sources are informing us. As you know, day after tomorrow, 12:30, is the swearing-in ceremony. Right. We are also getting live visuals currently of celebrations taking place outside Mr. Siddaramaiah's residence. As we speak, can you see those on your screens? There's celebrations that have kick-started as Siddaramaiah has been chosen for the top job in Karnataka. This after 4 days of intense lobbying and hectic negotiations. The Congress High Command, after consultations with both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi and the Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, managed to broker a deal between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar to resolve this Chief Minister tussle. Initially, Mr. DK Shivakumar was not willing to back down. While he said he will not blackmail, he said he's not willing to concede so easily. However, with hectic negotiations, that decision has now been made. And we finally have clarity as far as the Congress's choice for the Karnataka Chief Minister's post is concerned. The deal was actually sealed, apparently after the leadership late last night agreed to Mr. Shivakumar's demand to make him the only Deputy Chief Minister in Karnataka. A meeting of the Congress Legislative Party, we'd like to inform you, will be held in Bengaluru, where Mr. Siddaramaiah will also be officially elected as the CLP leader. As expected, Mr. Siddaramaiah has been given the top job in the state, while Shivakumar will be his sole Deputy Chief Minister, along with some significant portfolios as well. And DK Shivakumar also hangs on to the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee post of being the president. Just a short while ago, we heard from KC Venugopal and Randeep Surjewala from the Congress. They asserted that the Congress believes in consensus, not dictatorship. They actually tried to say that they had a tough decision to make with both these leaders who are very dynamic. They've both proven themselves in Karnataka with their report card with the election that just wrapped up over the weekend. KC Venugopal, in fact, said, we have very good dynamic leaders in the Congress. Both deserve to be Chief Minister. He played a diplomatic card there. But however, he followed it up with the fact that Siddaramaiah has gotten the top post, the CM post, while... Right, I'm told my colleague Sunil Prabhu is speaking to Randeep Surjewala live at the moment. Let's listen in.
Building consensus and unanimity. I think he did it. We are only conveying it.
And the fact that, Sonia Gandhi intervened in this matter and tried to resolve this entire issue, would you like to thank her also because...
Srimati Sonia Gandhi is and will always be our guiding light. She is a source of inspiration for every Congress worker in the country. And I'm happy that everything has resolved amicably and there will be a new government in Karnataka serving the people of Karnataka.
You did an excellent campaign in Karnataka, ensured that both Siddaramaiah as well as DK Shivakumar worked together. And when you say work together, carried on at that stage to ensure that there were no skirmishes. Somewhere down the line, people are feeling a little bit upset about how things played out, but you were always confident that you would get DK Shivakumar around.
See, unanimity and unity takes always some time, and sometimes people feel jittery because of that. End of the day, unanimity and unity is important.
One small exception has been made about the fact that PCC president will continue not following the Jaipur
because he will continue as PCC president for there is parliament elections. That's why.
So here you have it very clearly from Mr. Randeep Surjewala, a very categorical assertion that there will be some kind of, and that they have been able to resolve this entire issue. With camera person Sushil Rathi, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Well, in Congress leader Randeep Surjewala's words, the Congress has been able to resolve this issue amicably. As you can see on your screens at the moment, you see DK Shivakumar, Siddaramaiah with the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge after the Congress has ended their deadlock. My colleague Srija joins us live at the moment. Srija, as expected, Siddaramaiah will take over as the Chief Minister of Karnataka and Shivakumar will be sworn in as his sole Deputy Chief Minister. Also, DKS will hold on to some significant portfolios?
Well, that's right. In fact, this is an exception which has been made to Karnataka as well as far as the Udaipur declaration. Yes, it did go on to talk about one person, one post. But as far as Mr. DK Shivakumar is concerned, there's once again yet another exception being made by the top high command within the Congress. While, yes, like you did point out, Mr. Siddaramaiah will be made the Chief Minister of Karnataka. You will also have DK Shivakumar as the Deputy Chief Minister. At the same time, will also be holding another post as a KPCC Chief as well. So all throughout the night, we've been seeing how there has been deliberations with the top delegations, trying hard to convince, especially Mr. DK Shivakumar. But we do understand DK Shivakumar, until the last minute, was not very, very convinced. It took really a lot of, deliberations. Eventually, Ms. Sonia Gandhi had to step in, intervene, and try and convince Mr. DK Shivakumar. But however, there's still no yet clarity in terms of power sharing basis. But what we do know is that for now, Mr. Siddaramaiah will remain as the Chief Minister of the state, and Mr. DK Shivakumar will be the Deputy CM. So if I could go across to a few supporters, loyalists who have gathered outside Mr. Siddaramaiah's residence. They have all been here since late last evening onward, even before the announcement from the High Command that Mr. Siddaramaiah is the Chief Minister of Karnataka. You all have the supporters, in fact, distributing sweets, bursting crackers. At the same time, in fact, trying and also offering milk. If I could go across to these supporters, do you think, we have seen how Mr. Siddaramaiah has been the Chief Minister before, back in 2018. Do you think, as a seniority basis, we have seen all of this battle? One battle which is won by the Congress is getting a sweeping victory of nearly 130 seats. Yeah. Do you think, as a senior person, Mr. Siddaramaiah should have given, to Mr. DK Shivakumar?
The thing is that, as you said, Siddaramaiah ji is a senior most leader in our party, as well as in the year 2013 to 18, when he worked as a Chief Minister of our Karnataka state. He has been given a good work to all the citizens of our state, and he is eligible to get this particular post as a 24th Chief Minister of Karnataka state.
Okay, what about you? Why do you think Siddaramaiah is the right person?
Hindi. सिद्धरामैया इस कर्नाटक के लिए बहुत अच्छे नायक मिले हमारे लिए और सब लोग को लेके जाते हिंदू मुस्लिम क्रिश्चियन ईसाई अहिंद नायक है और उन्होंने होने से कर्नाटक का भविष्य अच्छा हो गया.
Okay, fine. In fact, you have the supporters who have all gathered here outside the Siddaramaiah's residence, in fact, going on to talk about, that Siddaramaiah has been a chief minister once before. He is an able administrator. He's known how exactly to carry forward a smooth functioning of a government, and that he's the right candidate as far as chief minister is concerned. What you see right in front of me is where milk is being offered to Mr. Siddaramaiah, who's been given after a big battle between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, and all throughout that night burning the midnight oil with the delegations trying to convince Mr. DK Shivakumar. Here you have the supporters, in fact, shouting slogans in support of Mr. Siddaramaiah, offering milk, and also, grand celebrations that's been witnessed out here outside Mr. Siddaramaiah's residence. Back to the studio.
Joining us live from outside Mr. Siddaramaiah's residence with that update. We've also got Mr. Mohan Kumaramangalam joining us over the phone line. He's a Congress spokesperson who's joined us on the broadcast currently. Sir, after 4 days of hard negotiations for your party's high command, as expected, Siddaramaiah will take over as the Chief Minister and Shivakumar will be sworn in as the sole Deputy Chief Minister. And your party says that the decision was made amicably?
Well, yes, it seems that the decision has been amicable and everyone on all fronts is satisfied with the outcome. I want to compliment my party's leadership, who've actually worked hard to bring about a resolution to this leadership issue. And both Mr. DK Shivakumar, I was listening to your broadcast, and you had said that an exception has been made to the Jaipur Declaration by giving Mr. DK Shivakumar both the Deputy CM-ship as well as the PCC Presidentship. But if I understand correctly from Mr. Surjewala's press conference and Mr. K.C. Venugopal, this is keeping in mind the upcoming general elections to Parliament next year, and his PCC presidentship is up to that point as of now. So this is a situation that has been taken into account while making an exception to the Jaipur Declaration. Again, I want to compliment Mr. Kharge and the entire Delhi leadership for having worked through this tirelessly to come to a resolution in such a short period of time.
Right. Mr. Kumaramangalam, also K.C. Venugopal stopped short of elaborating on the power sharing plan. In fact, his last sentence, he just stopped short, smiled and walked off. Can you give us some clarity as far as the power sharing is concerned?
I don't think I was actually watching his press conference on my phone when you called me, so I don't think he stopped short as much as he said that the only plan that's important is one of how we share power with the people of Karnataka. And I'm going to reiterate what he said in that vein.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumaramangalam, for joining us with that update. The Congress has sorted out this issue amicably, as the Congress spokesperson, Mohan Kumaramangalam, has just informed us. With that, let's also go across to my colleagues Pratibha Raman and Veera Raghav, who join us on the broadcast currently. Veera, to you first. Shivakumar was initially not enthusiastic about the central party's leadership offers that included the Deputy Chief Minister's post and some important portfolios with a shared term with Siddaramaiah. But it seems the Congress has been able to pacify DK Shivakumar within a matter of some hours.
Well, look, the first thing is that it's clear that Siddaramaiah will be chief minister, and a huge concession has been made to DK Shivakumar on two grounds. One, that he remains the PCC chief as well as the only deputy chief minister. And I think the challenge for the Congress as it goes on is to accommodate other caste and other social questions which have voted for the party. Because remember, both Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar from the old Mysore region. Siddaramaiah represents a particular caste bloc, DK Shivakumar from the OBC Vokkaliga caste. So there needs to be representation of others, and the Congress wants to get other prominent names in the cabinet before the swearing in. That's number one. Because they want a strong Lingayat face, they want a strong minority face, and perhaps a woman and SC/ST face during the swearing in. So what we're told is they will look at other ministers before going ahead. So a huge concession for DK Shivakumar. Look, from the start, Siddaramaiah was considered the one who had the edge, given that he's the more senior leader, has the experience of complete term, and also someone who had who has a pan-Karnataka presence. Also remember, DK Shivakumar faces IP and ED cases, and there was a worry that if he was the chief minister and if the BJP aggressively pursues those cases, there could be a sense of a chief minister under siege from those cases. So it was pretty much clear that Siddaramaiah was the front runner. However, DK Shivakumar's hard bargain and perhaps a reward for the hard work he put in and the resources he invested in this election comes in the form of the concession that the Congress has made for a low deputy chief minister and allowing him to retain as PCC president. Obviously, we'll get some strong portfolios as well. So, Randeep Singh Surjewala pointed out he remains the PCC chief because the party is preparing for a parliamentary election. That's quite an indication in that interview to Sunil Prabhu that they are looking at this to 2024. And obviously, it will come up for review post-2024. So for the moment, it's a compromise formula worked out between two strong personalities, two aggressive leaders, and two people who work, the state Congress president who worked extremely hard for the party, and Siddaramaiah, who's a larger mass popular leader. So this is how it's going to play out as we go along here, Parmeshwar. It's a compromise achieved for the moment, and then they will have to look at what the other aspects of this compromise will have to begin. I mean, in terms of other caste coalitions and social dynamics of Karnataka to accommodate those.
Veera, as always, thank you so much for contextualizing the matter for us. At the moment, we're also joined by Congress spokesperson Bhavya Narasimhamurthy. Bhavya, now there are reports that the Shivakumar camp had claimed that the party leadership has agreed to a 2.5-year term sharing formula, but it's not clear whether your party's leadership will announce this publicly. Are you in a position to give us some clarity right now?
It was very clear in the press conference. Mr. Venugopal, KC Venugopal sir has already given all the information that is required, and in that he was very clear. So why this confusion?
Right. So still no final word from the Congress on this. But Bhavya, your party also said that this decision was made amicably, but it took 4 days of hard negotiations.
Yeah, that just shows how many strong leaders we have. Isn't it a positive thing? Isn't it something we should appreciate, that they took a democratic process where, they spoke to people instead of just, announcing names, taking down CM in like 24 hours or... I think this is a good thing that, our party did an election, open it to 135 MLAs who have won, and then taking that to high command, then calling both the leaders who were in the race and speaking to them, negotiating. I think that's a good sign, so that everyone goes together and we deliver our guarantees that we have promised to the Karnataka people, and the way they've given us the biggest mandate, the Karnataka people. It's on us. We have a huge responsibility to carry it forward and make sure they're not disappointed. So it's very important that all our leaders work together for this. And I'm very happy that our party high command was very successful in achieving this.
Right, Bhavya Narasimhan, thank you so much for joining us with that update. We've also got a spokesperson from the BJP joining us live currently, Vivek Reddy, on the broadcast with us. Vivek Reddy, what do you think of the Congress High Command's final decision after 4 days of hard negotiations?
Well, I think this is a reflection of the sort of governance that is to come in Karnataka. Even after a vast majority, they are unable to decide on the CM. In a space of 5 days, there was all sorts of friction, conflict, and indecision over this. I hope Karnataka doesn't suffer. We wish the Congress government all the well, but I hope Karnataka doesn't suffer from this friction between Siddaramaiah and Shivakumar. And there is also a question as to who should have been given the due and who really worked in this election. These are all internal questions of the Congress, for the Congress to answer. But still, I think the sort of frustration and the sadness in D.K. Shivkumar's fall, I hope it doesn't really affect the governance of Karnataka.
Right. Well, we all hope so as well, but that's something for the Congress High Command to take responsibility for. With that, let's also go across for a live update from my colleague Pratibha Raman, who's outside D.K. Shivkumar's residence at the moment. Pratibha, now, just earlier today, Congress MP and Shivkumar's brother had told NDTV that they are not happy, and he had said that my brother actually wanted to be the chief minister. They are not happy with this decision, but somehow D.K. Shivkumar seems to be pacified now and happily taking over the Deputy Chief Minister post.
Indeed, well, we're given to understand that according to sources, most of the supporters have been given standing instruction by their leader not to gather outside the residence of D.K. Shivkumar. And does this silence really signify sort of unhappiness, or does it signify the peace talks that have been brokered by the senior Congress leaders between Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar is yet to be ascertained. But at this point in time, what we're given to understand is that the swearing-in ceremony will take place on May 20th, and this will be held at the same venue as in 2013 when Siddaramaiah was sworn in as the Chief Minister at Kantirva Stadium in Bengaluru. Remember that yesterday there were a lot of arrangements that were being set up at Kantirva Stadium which were really stalled right in midway, basically because of a phone call that came in from Delhi asking them to stop all operations until further notice. Whether those operations will resume or not is still another question mark. Well, we are hoping that all of them would take shape by May 20th when the swearing-in ceremony would actually take place. In the meantime, what is of major concern is the kind of relationship that will follow between both the leaders, Siddaramaiah as well as D.K. Shivkumar, in order to have a peaceful governance going forward, especially like how they put up a united front with respect to this particular election. Will that continue until 2024 is also another big question mark.
Well, Pratibha, thank you so much for joining us with that quick update from outside Mr. Shivkumar's residence, where there is no action at the moment. There is silence. Could that be signifying something deeper? Srija is also with us live at the moment. Srija, are you hearing anything as far as the power sharing plan is concerned so far?
Well, so far what we do know from the Congress sources, once again, it's sources talking about where probably Mr. Siddaramaiah will remain as the CM for 2.5 years, and much later they may decide, considering the fact that Mr. D.K. Shivkumar has been pretty adamant on the fact that he wants to be or wants to get the top job. But on record, on official account, what we are looking at during even the press conference, even Mr. Randeep Surjewala and K.C. Venugopal went on to talk about how just simply that Mr. Siddaramaiah will be the Chief Minister of the state and that D.K. Shivkumar will be the Deputy CM, and also he will be holding the second post as the President of the Congress as well. But again, nobody is really much discussing in terms of the power sharing basis, but for now they have been able to in fact solve the number one crisis, that is of course the first was the challenge for the Congress is ensuring that they break that anti-incumbency and come back to power. They had that sweeping victory of nearly 136. The second battle which especially the High Command had to face, and only after Miss Sonia Gandhi intervened and ensured that D.K. Shivkumar is convinced, we see Mr. D.K. Shivkumar has accepted for the post of Deputy Chief Minister, and also he will remain as the Congress chief as well. But before that, in terms of power sharing basis, let's go across to the supporters, because on one hand you clearly had Mr. Siddaramaiah. Why exactly he had an edge over D.K. Shivkumar is because he had the support of his MLAs. But again, let me go across to a few supporters here. There are talks about, right now Siddaramaiah is the Chief Minister, that's what has been declared. But there are talks about how he, maybe there will be a power sharing, 2.5 years and 2.5 years for D.K. Shivkumar. So we've been seeing how, you've been supporting Mr. Siddaramaiah. Do you think it was time basically to Siddaramaiah, as a senior leader to give way to a young blood?
Yes, ma'am. No, because Siddaramaiah is a senior person and I am the leader. We are all supporting because the 135, the seats came only from Siddaramaiah only. Yeah. The face value of the Siddaramaiah is a leader of...
leader, you say? Yes.
Yeah, he is in the leader. We need Siddaramaiah to complete 5 years completely.
Okay.
When we see history, He created history in India.
He's been the chief minister once before, yes.
Yeah, 2013, that 5 years was very good for him, and he is the down-to-earth leader. And that decision is made is very good decision for the Karnataka peoples.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. In fact, these were the supporters of Siddaramaiah going on to talk about how back in 2013, when Mr. Siddaramaiah had already been a chief minister, they have seen him as an able administrator and that it was apt for the High Command to ensure that he be given this top job. But again, there's no absolute clarity in terms of power sharing basis. Mr. K.C. Venugopal, to a question when he was asked, what about the power sharing basis? He simply said, the power sharing is only lying with the people of Karnataka.
Srija, thank you so much for joining us with that quick update from outside Mr. Siddaramaiah's residence. Let's quickly go across to Veera Raghav as well. Veera, so there is no clarity on whether there has been a final decision on the rotational chief ministership yet. The power sharing agreement, it is learned now, hinges on the Congress's performance in Karnataka in the general election.
हाँ जी सर बताइए सर आप सर मन में कुछ है सर जरा बता दीजिए सर खुश हैं सर आप खुश हैं सर आपने ट्वीट करा हुआ है आप खुश हैं सर आप ठीक है सर बता दीजिए सर पार्टी ने औपचारिक को बैन कर दिया आप खुश हैं सर ठीक है सर आप खुश हैं सर आप बता दीजिए बहुत बढ़िया अति सुंदर बहुत बढ़िया
Right, that was DK Shivakumar after the Congress has officially announced that Siddaramaiah will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka while he will assume the post of the Deputy Chief Minister, the sole Deputy Chief Minister of the state. Veera Raghav is with us. He joins us live with a quick update. Veera, there's no clarity on whether there has been a final decision on the rotational CM-ship yet. Does the power sharing arrangement now depend on the Congress's performance in Karnataka in the general election next year? Are you hearing anything so far?
Look, there cannot be any talk of power sharing at the moment because that would mean talk of instability at the moment. I think the Congress has taken a decision for the moment. It will obviously be up for review after the 2024 results, and then that will be a different decision at that time. So for the moment, it's clear that the formula is Siddaramaiah as Chief Minister, DK Shivakumar as the only Deputy Chief Minister, along with holding the PCC President, which is an exception to the Udaipur formula, as we've been declaration of one man, one post, as we've been pointing out, which is a concession that the Congress has made, and also allowing him to be the only Deputy Chief Minister. We'll have to see how the other faces are going to be accommodated. Just a bit of interesting trivia here, Parameshwar. Often, Ramakrishna Hegde, who won despite after his first term as Chief Minister, was the only Chief Minister to be re-elected as an incumbent Chief Minister in 1985. Even he, between 83 and 85, was a midterm election when he returned as Chief Minister in 85. I think Siddaramaiah since then will be the only Chief Minister who's completed a 5-year term. If I'm not mistaken, it would be Devraj Arsh before him. A 5-year term and returns as Chief Minister, a full 5-year term to return as Chief Minister after losing an election and come back into the, come back into power. So that's a bit of interesting trivia for you as we discuss Siddaramaiah. Obviously, just to give you a bit of context about Siddaramaiah, 2006, he moved from the Janata Dal Secular after a fight with Deva Gowda because of the, the rise of Kumaraswamy and the JDS turning into a family party. The old socialist came into the Congress. 2008, he became leader of opposition. At that time, AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge was the president, Congress KPCC president at that time. Then he led the party in the assembly as well as outside to a victory in 2013. Between 2013 and 18, in fact, when he took charge in 2013, he didn't make DK Shivakumar a minister for the first 1 year. That resulted in friction between 2013 and 18, sort of held a very firm grip on the party. Several of the veteran leaders did not have their say in the party. Post 2018 defeat, I think the Congress changed tracks. DK Shivakumar becomes the KPCC president. Post that, obviously, you know what happened in terms of the coalition government with the JDS, which collapsed, and post that. So this time, I think the equation is one where Siddaramaiah is in charge, but not as powerful as he was between the 2013 to 18 term. A lot of the bargaining was primarily to ensure that there was a containment of the influence and that there was a power balance in the cabinet and within the party, Parmeshwar. So, yes, Siddaramaiah, historic for him that, once he's sworn in, he'll be one of the first chief ministers, since 83, one of the first chief ministers to have finished, the only one to have finished a full term and then returned to office as chief minister again.
Well, time for term 2 now. Thank you so much, Veera, for that quick update. As our reporters have been extensively covering over the last 4 days and before that, hard negotiations for the Congress High Command, but they have finally ended the deadlock. Siddaramaiah is going to be the Chief Minister of Karnataka and DK Shivakumar is going to be his deputy after he said he will not rebel, he will not blackmail. The Congress High Command has managed to pacify him within a matter of hours. And now Karnataka is heading for an oath ceremony day after tomorrow. We'll keep tracking all the latest updates for you as far as Karnataka, the world and India is concerned. For now, we're sipping into a very short break.
Brought to you.
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned. Welcome back. In a big relief for the governments of Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and Karnataka, the Supreme Court upheld the validity of the traditional bull taming sport Jallikat and bullock cart races. In its verdict, the Supreme Court said the state's acts are legally valid. An order was pronounced by a 5-judge constitution bench headed by Justice K.M. Joseph. The Supreme Court has actually said legislature has declared that Jallikat is part of cultural heritage of Tamil Nadu. Judiciary cannot take a different view. My colleague Arvind Gunasekar, he spoke to the law minister in Tamil Nadu. Listen in.
We are joined by Raghupati, who is the Tamil Nadu Law Minister. Sir, today Supreme Court has given verdict in the Jallikattu case. How do you see this verdict?
It is an historical event that it is a very good implementation of Jallikattu. It is an ancient, traditional, cultural, heroic game of the Tamil Nadu. So we want the game to be continued, the sports should be continued. So now the Supreme Court, in the history of the Supreme Court recently, full bench has been given. All the 5 judges have given the same verdict for the stuff taken by our leader.
Also Supreme Court, while allowing the law, has also passed some directions and also regulations to ensure.
If there is any parts of directions or regulations, definitely. In the case itself, we will argue that any conditions or directions or regulations, definitely the government will accept it. So if there is any conditions, definitely we will accept it.
Okay. So that's Raghupati, who is the Law Minister of Tamil Nadu, who has welcomed the verdict of the Supreme Court, which has allowed Jallikattu sport in the state of Tamil Nadu. With camera person Azam Siddiq, this is Arvind Gunasekar for NDTV.
Right, the Law Minister of Tamil Nadu has also welcomed this verdict that the top court has just pronounced a short while ago. With that, we're stepping into a very short break. News and updates continue on NDTV 24/7.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूँ। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan
will be well.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not...
Will be the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka. He will not be getting the top job in Karnataka, but yet he has been pacified by the Congress High Command. His supporters there greeting him and celebrating after the Congress has officially announced the Karnataka top posts. We'll keep tracking all the latest developments for you on NDTV 24/7. For now, we're going to slip into a short break.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra. And I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival de Cannes. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism.
उड़ीसा के राज्यपाल श्री गणेश लाल जी, मुख्यमंत्री मेरे मित्र श्रीमान नवीन पटनायक जी, कैबिनेट में मेरे सहयोगी अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, विश्वेश्वर टुडू जी, अन्य सभी महानुभाव और पश्चिम बंगाल एवं ओडिशा के मेरे सभी भाइयों और बहनों, आज ओडिशा और पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों को वंदे भारत ट्रेन का उपहार मिल रहा है। वंदे भारत ट्रेन आधुनिक भारत और आकांक्षी भारतीय दोनों का प्रतीक बन रही है। आज जब वंदे भारत एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान पर यात्रा करती है, गुजरती है, तो उसमें भारत की गति दिखाई देती है और भारत की प्रगति भी दिखाई देती है। अब बंगाल और ओडिशा में वंदे भारत की ये गति और प्रगति दस्तक देने जा रही है। इससे रेल यात्रा के अनुभव भी बदलेंगे और विकास के मायने भी बदलेंगे। अब कोलकाता से दर्शन के लिए पुरी जाना हो या पुरी से किसी काम के लिए कोलकाता जाना हो, ये यात्रा केवल 6.5 घंटे की रह जाएगी। इससे समय भी बचेगा, व्यापार और कारोबार भी बढ़ेगा और युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर भी तैयार होंगे। मैं ओडिशा और पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, जब भी किसी को अपने परिवार के साथ कहीं दूर यात्रा पर जाना होता है तो रेल ही उसकी सबसे पहली पसंद होती है, उसकी प्राथमिकता होती है। आज ओडिशा के रेल डेवलपमेंट के लिए और भी कई बड़े कार्य हुए हैं। पुरी और कटक रेलवे स्टेशनों के आधुनिकीकरण का शिलान्यास हो, रेल लाइनों के दोहरीकरण का काम हो, या ओडिशा में रेलवे लाइन के 100% विद्युतीकरण के लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति हो, मैं इन सभी के लिए ओडिशा के लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ये समय आजादी के अमृत काल का समय है। भारत की एकता को और मजबूत करने का समय है। जितनी ज्यादा एकता होगी, भारत का सामूहिक सामर्थ्य उतना ही ज्यादा शिखर पर पहुंचेगा। ये वंदे भारत ट्रेनें इस भावना का भी प्रतिबिंब है। इस अमृत काल में वंदे भारत ट्रेनें विकास का इंजन भी बन रही हैं और एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को भी आगे बढ़ा रही है। भारतीय रेलवे सबको जोड़ती है, एक सूत्र में पिरोती है। वंदे भारत ट्रेन भी अपनी इसी परिपाटी पर चलते हुए आगे बढ़ेगी। ये वंदे भारत बंगाल और ओडिशा के बीच, हावड़ा और पुरी के बीच जो आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक संबंध है, उन्हें और मजबूत करेगी। आज देश के अलग अलग राज्यों में ऐसी ही करीब 15 वंदे भारत ट्रेनें चल रही हैं। ये आधुनिक ट्रेनें देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को भी रफ्तार दे रही हैं। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में भारत ने कठिन से कठिन वैश्विक हालातों में भी अपने विकास की गति को बनाए रखा है। इसके पीछे एक बड़ा कारण है कि इस विकास में हर राज्य की भागीदारी है। देश हर राज्य को साथ लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। एक समय था जब कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती थी या नई सुविधा बनती थी तो वो दिल्ली या कुछ बड़े शहरों तक ही सीमित रह जाती थी। लेकिन आज का भारत इस पुरानी सोच को पीछे छोड़कर आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज का नया भारत टेक्नोलॉजी भी खुद बना रहा है और नई सुविधाओं को तेजी से देश के कोने कोने में पहुंचा रहा है। ये वंदे भारत ट्रेन भारत ने अपने बलबूते ही बनाई है। आज भारत अपने बलबूते ही 5G टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप करके उसे देश के दूर सुदूर क्षेत्रों में ले जा रहा है। भारत ने कोरोना जैसी महामारी की स्वदेशी वैक्सीन तैयार करके भी दुनिया को चौंका दिया था। और इन सब प्रयासों में समान बात यह है कि ये सारी सुविधाएं किसी एक शहर या एक राज्य तक सीमित ही नहीं रही, बल्कि सबके पास पहुंची, तेजी से पहुंची। हमारी ये वंदे भारत ट्रेनें भी अब उत्तर से लेकर दक्षिण तक, पूरब से लेकर पश्चिम तक देश के हर किनारे को स्पर्श करती है। भाइयों और बहनों, सबका साथ सबका विकास की इस नीति का सबसे बड़ा लाभ आज देश के उन राज्यों को हो रहा है जो विकास की दौड़ में पीछे छूट गए थे। पिछले 8-9 वर्षों में ओडिशा में रेल परियोजनाओं के बजट में काफी वृद्धि की गई है। 2014 के पहले 10 वर्षों में यहां हर वर्ष औसतन 20 किलोमीटर के आसपास ही रेल लाइनें बिछाई जाती थी, जबकि साल 2022-23 में यानी सिर्फ एक साल में ही यहां 120 किलोमीटर के आसपास नई रेल लाइनें बिछाई गई हैं। 2014 के पहले 10 वर्षों में यहां ओडिशा में 20 किलोमीटर से भी कम लाइनों का दोहरीकरण होता था। पिछले साल ये आंकड़ा भी बढ़कर 300 किलोमीटर के आसपास पहुंच गया है। ओडिशा के लोग जानते हैं कि करीब 300 किलोमीटर लंबी खोर्दा बोलांगीर परियोजना कितने वर्षों से लटकी हुई थी। आज इस परियोजना पर भी बहुत तेजी से काम चल रहा है। हरिदासपुर पारादीप नई रेल लाइन हो, टिटलागढ़ रायपुर लाइन का दोहरीकरण और विद्युतीकरण हो, जिन कामों का इंतजार ओडिशा के लोगों को वर्षों से था, वो अब पूरे हो रहे हैं। आज ओडिशा देश के उन राज्यों में है जहां 100% रेल नेटवर्क का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो चुका है। पश्चिम बंगाल में भी 100% इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन के लिए तेजी से काम चल भी रहा है। इससे ट्रेनों की रफ्तार बढ़ी है और मालगाड़ियों की समय की भी बचत हुई है। ओडिशा जैसा राज्य जो खनिज संपदा का इतना बड़ा भंडार है, केंद्र है, उसे रेलवे के इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन से और ज्यादा फायदा मिलेगा। इससे औद्योगिक विकास को गति के साथ ही डीजल में होने वाले प्रदूषण से भी मुक्ति मिलेगी। साथियों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण का एक और पक्ष है जिसकी उतनी ज्यादा चर्चा नहीं होती। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से लोगों का सिर्फ जीवन ही आसान नहीं होता, बल्कि समाज को भी सशक्त करता है। जहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का अभाव होता है, वहां लोगों का विकास भी पिछड़ जाता है। जहां इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विकास होता है, वहां लोगों का विकास भी तेजी से होता है। आप भी जानते हैं कि पीएम सौभाग्य योजना के तहत भारत सरकार ने 2.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा घरों को मुफ्त बिजली कनेक्शन दिया है। इसमें उड़ीसा के करीब 25 लाख और बंगाल के 7.25 लाख घर भी शामिल है। अब आप सोचिए, अगर ये एक योजना नहीं शुरू हुई होती तो क्या होता। 21वीं सदी में आज भी 2.5 करोड़ घरों के बच्चे अंधेरे में पढ़ने के लिए, अंधेरे में जीने के लिए मजबूर रहते। वो परिवार मॉडर्न कनेक्टिविटी और उन सभी सुविधाओं से कटे रहते जो बिजली आने पर मिलती है। साथियों, आज हम एयरपोर्ट्स की संख्या, 75 से बढ़कर करीब 150 हो जाने की बात करते हैं। ये भारत की एक बड़ी उपलब्धि है, लेकिन इसके पीछे जो सोच है वो इसे और बड़ा बना देती है। आज वो व्यक्ति भी हवाई जहाज में यात्रा कर सकता है जिसके लिए ये कभी जीवन का सबसे बड़ा सपना था। आपने सोशल मीडिया पर ऐसी कितनी ही तस्वीरें देखी होगी जिसमें देश के साधारण नागरिक एयरपोर्ट के अपने अनुभव साझा कर रहे हैं। जब उनके बेटे या बेटी उन्हें पहली बार हवाई जहाज की यात्रा कराते हैं, उस खुशी की कोई तुलना नहीं हो सकती। साथियों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से जुड़ी भारत की ये उपलब्धियां भी आज अध्ययन का विषय है। जब हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण के लिए 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए तय करते हैं, इससे लाखों रोजगार भी बनते हैं। जब हम किसी क्षेत्र को रेल और हाईवे जैसी कनेक्टिविटी से जोड़ते हैं तो इसका असर सिर्फ यात्रा की सुविधा तक सीमित नहीं रहता। ये किसानों और उद्यमियों को नए बाजार से जोड़ता है, ये पर्यटकों को टूरिस्ट प्लेस से जोड़ता है, ये छात्रों को उनकी पसंद के कॉलेज से जोड़ता है। इसी सोच के साथ आज भारत आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर रिकॉर्ड निवेश कर रहा है। साथियों, आज देश जन सेवा ही प्रभु सेवा की सांस्कृतिक सोच से आगे बढ़ रहा है। हमारी आध्यात्मिक व्यवस्था ने सदियों से इस विचार को पोषित किया है। पुरी जैसे तीर्थ, जगन्नाथ मंदिर जैसे पवित्र स्थान इसके केंद्र रहे हैं। भगवान जगन्नाथ के महाप्रसाद से सदियों से कितने ही गरीबों को भोजन मिलता रहा है। इसी भावना के साथ आज देश प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण योजना चला रहा है। 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त राशन दे रहा है। आज किसी गरीब को इलाज की जरूरत होती है तो आयुष्मान कार्ड के जरिए 5 लाख तक मुफ्त इलाज उसे मिलता है। करोड़ों गरीबों को प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के तहत पक्के मकान मिले हैं। घर में उज्ज्वला का गैस सिलेंडर हो या जल जीवन मिशन के तहत पानी की सप्लाई हो, आज गरीब को भी वो सब मौलिक सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं जिनके लिए उसे पहले बरसों इंतजार करना पड़ता था। साथियों, भारत के तेज विकास के लिए भारत के राज्यों का संतुलित विकास भी उतना ही आवश्यक है। आज देश का प्रयास है कि कोई भी राज्य संसाधनों के अभाव के कारण विकास की दौड़ में पिछड़ना नहीं चाहिए। इसलिए 15वें वित्त आयोग में ओडिशा और बंगाल जैसे राज्यों के लिए पहले के मुकाबले ज्यादा बजट की सिफारिश की गई। ओडिशा जैसे राज्य को तो इतनी विशाल प्राकृतिक संपदा का भी आशीर्वाद मिला हुआ है, लेकिन पहले गलत नीतियों के कारण राज्यों को अपने ही संसाधनों से वंचित रहना पड़ता था। हमने खनिज संपदा को ध्यान में रखते हुए खनन नीति में सुधार किया। इससे आज खनिज संपदा वाले सभी राज्यों के राजस्व में काफी वृद्धि हुई है। जीएसटी आने के बाद टैक्स से होने वाली आमदनी भी काफी बढ़ गई है। ये संसाधन आज राज्य के विकास के लिए काम आ रहे हैं। गांव गरीब की सेवा में काम आ रहे हैं। ओडिशा प्राकृतिक आपदाओं का सफलता से मुकाबला कर सके, इस पर भी केंद्र सरकार का पूरा ध्यान है। हमारी सरकार ने ओडिशा को आपदा प्रबंधन और एनडीआरएफ के लिए 8,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की राशि दी है। इससे साइक्लोन के दौरान जन और धन दोनों की सुरक्षा में मदद मिली है। साथियों, मुझे विश्वास है आने वाले समय में ओडिशा, बंगाल और पूरे देश के विकास की ये गति और बढ़ेगी। भगवान जगन्नाथ, मां काली, उन्हीं की कृपा से हम नए और विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक अवश्य पहुंचेंगे। इसी कामना के साथ आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। फिर एक बार सबको जय जगन्नाथ।
All right, the Prime Minister there speaking at the event as Odisha got its first Vande Bharat train. Remember, the Prime Minister has been travelling all over the country to launch these Vande Bharat trains. And there we can go across to my colleague Saurabh, who joins us from the train. And this is the Pune and Pune-Howrah Vande Bharat. The Prime Minister, flagging off the first Puri-Howrah Vande Bharat, I beg your pardon. Saurabh, so tell us about the train there, and it's going to shorten the journey considerably.
That's right. It's a new modern rake built at a cost of around 110 crore per rake, and of course it's been flagged off by the Prime Minister. The train has left Puri station now and departing as the Prime Minister flags off the Vande Bharat Express from Puri to Howrah. And this, of course, is an achievement for the state of Odisha, given the fact that it's also the first Vande Bharat Express in the state of Odisha. Also, what we know is that the Prime Minister is dedicated to the state and the nation several new projects. He's also laid the foundation stone for the development of Puri station, which will be built, on the model of the Jagannath temple. Puri is known as the abode of Mahaprabhu Jagannath, and also there is the redevelopment of Puri Kathak railway stations, the Bichupalli Jhartava new railway lines, the Angul Sukinda new railway line, and also an important announcement that was made today was the 100% electrification of all rail lines in the state of Odisha. So these announcements have been made, and of course these plush interiors, these are modern trains that are designed to give you a flight-like vibe. And while they are built in India, while all the safety features are there, while it's comfortable, while it has speed, and it can match up to the standards of any European or any other railway across the world, the fact is there's also a focus on make in India, because these are at the end of the day made in India trains. So that's a very important component. The train has started from Puri. It's expected to cut the time distance between the two stations considerably. Also remember, this route, Puri and Howrah, is a very, very busy route. There's a lot of demand for tickets on this route. So in that context, obviously, this train will have a lot of passengers. There will be a lot of, people who will, on this route, look for tickets. So this, of course, is, a train that will see huge demand. And there have been already demands for more trains. But, of course, this also becomes the second Vande Bharat train in West Bengal.
Right, Saurabh, if you can speak to some of your co-passengers on the train.
Vande Bharat is already there.
Right, Saurabh, if you could speak to some of your co-passengers.
Right now we have mostly staff, because this is the inaugural journey, so there aren't any paying passengers, so to speak. These are mostly railway staff, but also a lot of people, media, invitees who are traveling on the train. But we've been promised, a look into the motorman's cabin as well. But at this point, really, this is the first inaugural journey. So obviously, they're not paying passengers. The commercial runs will begin in the days to come. The railways have already started selling tickets for those, and the timings have also been announced. The train leaves at 6:10 in the morning from Howrah and reaches Puri at 12:35. It again leaves in the reverse direction at 1:50 in the afternoon and reaches Howrah in West Bengal, at 8:30. So it's connecting also the state capitals of Odisha and West Bengal, and also Kolkata and the abode of Mahaprabhu Jagannath, Puri.
All right, Saurabh, thanks so much for joining us. Saurabh, there aboard the train there, the Howrah-Puri Vande Bharat Express, the first Vande Bharat Express for Odisha, flagged off by the Prime Minister just a short while ago. And the train covers a distance of 500 kilometers between Howrah and Puri in just around 6.5 hours. Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with that. And with that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you all the developments in Karnataka and also how Kiran Rijiju is no longer the law minister.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Brought to you by
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The News with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion, and we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं। मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है। डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुंचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूं और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
Let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Kiran Rijiju has been removed as the Union Law Minister today and replaced by Arjun Ram Meghwal in a stunning move just a year before the national election. Now, Rijiju, known to be one of the government's most high-profile ministers, as well as a troubleshooter, was moved to the relatively low-key Ministry of Earth Sciences less than a year after he was promoted to Law Ministry with cabinet status. Meanwhile, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Minister of State in charge of Parliamentary Affairs, will now also have the independent charge of the Law Ministry. Now, this is very interesting because this is the first time in recent history that the Law Minister is not of a cabinet rank. Now, what we do know that Mr. Rijiju's brief term as a Law Minister was extremely controversial because of the kind of statements he made, tweets. He had frequent run-ins between the government and judiciary, and his open criticism of the Supreme Court over the collegium system of judges appointing judges is something that he was hitting out over. Recently, his statement that some former Supreme Court judges are anti-national had also created a huge amount of controversy. Well, let's just listen into what Arjun Ram Meghwal, who takes over, had to say.
हम विश्वास पे खरे उतरेंगे, ऐसा मैं आपको भी विश्वास दिलाता हूं। सर, क्या विजन लेके चलेंगे अभी लॉ मिनिस्ट्री के लिए? कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा मैसेज आए थे कि दोनों में दूरियां हैं। लंबित कोई ऐसा विषय नहीं है जी। लंबित जो विषय हैं न्याय जो कोर्टों में पेंडिंग है, वो जल्दी जो कम से कम हो, यही न्याय सबको मिले, यही विजन है जी।
Now, Kiran Rijiju himself tweeted about how it's been a privilege and an honor to serve as the Law Minister under the guidance of Prime Minister Modi. And then he thanked the Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, and all the judges of the Supreme Court and Chief Justices as well as judges of the High Court. Let's go across to Akhilesh now for more on this story. And Akhilesh, it was quite a surprise move to have Kiran Rijiju removed like this, and as we mentioned, going to a relatively low-profile ministry.
That's right, Gargi. In fact, it was equally surprising when he was appointed as the Law Minister because he was not a practicing lawyer, and yes, Jarvis Shankar Prasad was removed, who is a renowned lawyer. That's why, I mean, it was surprising that point of time also, and this is also surprising today. The way he has been removed, because yesterday, in fact, we've been told by the sources that he was part of a meeting of senior ministers which was called by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to discuss various programs and events to celebrate 9 years of Modi government, and he had no clue. That's what sources are telling, that he had no clue that he was being removed. And in fact, this morning, this notification came from the President House, which informed that Mr. Rijiju is no longer a Union Law and Justice Minister, and he was transferred to, you can call it, a relatively low-profile Ministry of Earth Sciences. And in fact, for the first time, it is happening that there will be no cabinet minister handling a crucial ministry like Law and Justice. We have been asking with the various government sources about the reasons why Mr. Rijiju has been removed from this post and in this manner, but they are completely tight-lipped. There's no information coming whatsoever from the government sources on, regarding this decision. But of course, there's a background to this decision, because as you mentioned correctly, that since he was appointed as the Law and Justice Minister, he had various kind of run-ins with the judiciary, and there was a message going on that there's a judiciary and executive are in constant tussle, be it the appointment of judges or the collegium system, or talking about the NJSC. All these issues, Mr. Rijiju was in disagreement with the judiciary, and on various occasions he did not mince words, and he was very vocal about all these procedures. And in fact, Supreme Court had to say, made a harsh comment about his comments in last year in November. In fact, there's a PIL which was filed against Mr. Rijiju and also against Mr. Vice President Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, which was of course rejected by the Supreme Court day before yesterday. But of course, it's a big matter and a big issue, and the controversy which was leading and was sending a message, there was a constant tussle between judiciary and the executive, was not a good sign. And that's why now Mr. Rijiju gone, a relatively junior, low-profile Mr. Arjuna Megwal has been given independent charge as an MOS, and of course BJP is also trying to send a message to Rajasthan. He's an MP from Bikaner, which is a reserved constituency for scheduled caste, and Mr. Megwal is a very senior leader of Rajasthan, and he has been performing very well in his capacity as MOS Parliamentary Affairs. So of course he is being rewarded, and it's a message for Rajasthan voters also, because the elections are due by the end of the year.
All right, so that stunning, surprising move by the government, and as you're telling us, Akhilesh, till yesterday, Mr. Rijiju, as a senior cabinet minister, was attending meetings on celebrating 9 years of the Modi government. Today, the announcement that he has been moved out, and Arjun Ram Meghwal replaces him. Thanks so much for joining us with that. All right, we will in fact bring you more on this these developments with Kiran Rijiju having been moved out. As we said, his term, very short term, and as Akhilesh was telling us, even when he was appointed as law minister, it was fairly surprising, because you do usually have lawyers in the past having held the law ministry, and so at that time also it was a surprise, but it was seen as that he was a promising young leader, and that's why he was given this charge of law ministry. But several run-ins with the Supreme Court, and that is something that was very ugly to see, in a sense, the kind of statements that he made, and the fact that he was critical of the process in the judiciary of judges, selecting judges. He even said something about how some of these former judges behave like anti-nationals. They're part of the anti-national gang, and that was an extremely controversial statement. You had then 800 lawyers signing petitions asking him to apologize for the kind of statements that he had been making. All right, NDTV's Megha has now spoken to the new law minister, Mr. Meghwal. As we said, it's for the first time in the recent past that you have not somebody who is a cabinet minister taking charge. He is a minister of state, and he will now be in charge of the law ministry.
Mr. Meghwal, congratulations on the new appointment, the new big job that you've been given, and thank you for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, a big responsibility, sir. You've been chosen. Do you know what's the reason behind it?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पे विश्वास प्रकट किया जी। बाकी से आपने कहा, हर नया दायित्व जो है वो चुनौतीपूर्ण ही होता है जी, और ये मान के चलना कि संविधान हमें सब कुछ सीख देता है, उसके अनुसार ही काम करेंगे हम।
अचानक से इस तरीके से किरण रिजिजू जी को शिफ्ट करना और आपको लाना, उसके पीछे क्या वजह हो?
मैंने कहा ना, ये मेरा काम है ही नहीं। संविधान के अनुसार काम करना, यही मेरा काम है।
जो पिछले 3-4-6 महीने में इतनी सारी रन-इन्स हुई हैं, किरण रिजिजू की जुडिशरी के साथ, सीजेआई के साथ बहुत स्टेटमेंट्स हुए हैं जो प्रेजेंट नहीं थे। आपको लगता है ये सब कंट्रीब्यूट किया है उन्हें हटाने के लिए?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। देखिए, न्यायपालिका और कार्यपालिका के संबंध मधुर रहे हैं, मधुर रहेंगे, संविधान के अनुसार ही रहते हैं, संविधान के अनुसार ही हम काम करते हैं।
आपके प्रधानमंत्री जी से
सीमाएं तय कर रखी है संविधान
जी, आपके प्रधानमंत्री जी
अभी हम
आज सुबह जब
इंटरनेशनल म्यूजियम का जो एक्सपो था उसमें साथ ही थे।
उन्होंने कुछ कहा आपको ये जिम्मेदारी देने के लिए?
वो हमारा इंटरनल मामला है।
तो सर आपके ऊपर क्या जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि रिजिजू जी के साथ जितनी चीजें हुई है, क्या उसको सेटल
मैंने आपको बताया नहीं कि संविधान के अनुसार काम करना हमारी ड्यूटी है, उसके अनुसार ही।
फाइनली राजस्थान,
ये फाइनली
राजस्थान इज गोइंग टू
विषय नहीं है,
लाना
कोई उसके साथ कोई संबंध नहीं,
कोई ताल्लुकात नहीं।
कोई संबंध नहीं।
थैंक यू। चलो।
All right, so the new law minister there, Mr. Meghan, speaking to NDTV. We'll slip into a short break and return with more.
कुछ फ्रेंड्स ना,
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूँ। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story. India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Anupama Chopra, and I'm Sneha Menon Desai for Film Companion. And we're going to be reporting for NDTV from the 76th Festival Deccan. Gear up for a week filled with premieres, parties, exclusive interviews, red carpet fashion, and some headline-grabbing drama. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be there, so will Sara Ali Khan and Sunny Leone, and Harrison Ford and Johnny Depp. In the coming week, the tiny French town of Cannes will once again transform into the world's cinema capital. Watch us on NDTV every day as we bring you highlights from the world's biggest film festival. Stay tuned.
नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी होती है।
डिजिटल इंडिया आत्मनिर्भर भारत की साधना। अगर एक महिला शिक्षित होती है तो पूरा परिवार शिक्षित हो जाता है। विकास की खुशबू जन जन तक पहुँचेगी। आप सबको मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ और आपका आशीर्वाद मांगता हूं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, हम नए भारत को बनाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 23 years old, but young at 23.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Gadgets 360 is here to help you with all your tech needs.
Gadget 360, Gadget Love. Gadgets 360, Gadgets Love.
You too can get some gadget love with buying guides, expert reviews, and all the latest news on Gadgets 360.
This is NDTV. No noise, no shouting, and most importantly, no lies. Our lead story tonight. Big international story India is closely watching it. News that informs and inspires.
The news with Sonia Singh. Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The only side we're on is yours.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest now on Karnataka. And finally, the Congress has managed to resolve the entire tussle, and it has been announced that Siddaramaiah will be the chief minister. As we had been reporting here, the issue was really to get Mr. D.K. Shivakumar on board. He has now accepted, though it seems somewhat reluctantly from what we're hearing from the D.K. Shivakumar camp. He has accepted being the deputy chief minister of Karnataka. Both leaders will fly back to Bengaluru later today, and then at 7 p.m. will be the CLP meeting, the Legislative Party meeting, where this will be where the MLAs will all be attending, and it will be announced there. They'll vote on it. So finally, the Congress managing to resolve this issue after 4 days of negotiations and meetings that have been taking place the last 2 days here in Delhi itself. Remember, till last night, D.K. Shivakumar was adamant he would accept nothing less than the Chief Minister's chair, though the Congress High Command were explaining about also how most of the MLAs had voted for Mr. Siddaramaiah in the secret ballot that had taken place in Bengaluru after the election results. So Mr. Siddaramaiah, according to Congress sources, had been tipped to be the chief minister, but they had to get Mr. D.K. Shivakumar on board. Then last night, the negotiations and talks went on till 3 a.m. and 3 a.m. is when the breakthrough finally happened, when we learned that Mr. D.K. Shivakumar has finally accepted the proposal, this power sharing proposal. The details still to be worked out. This morning, both the leaders went to meet with Mr. Venugopal. Now, Sonia Gandhi, the former Congress president, had a huge role to play in making Mr. D.K. Shivakumar finally accept the terms of this power sharing agreement. Remember, D.K. Shivakumar has huge respect for Sonia Gandhi. Finally, it was she who spoke to him after speaking to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. She then spoke to D.K. Shivakumar, who finally accepted being a deputy chief minister. His camp has said that the reason it was accepted by him is that they did not want to rock the boat as far as the Congress party is concerned. And Mr. Shivakumar even tweeting that Karnataka's secure future and our people's welfare is our top priority, and we are united in guaranteeing that. So he tweeted that just earlier today, that our hands will always be united to protect the interests of Kannadigas. The Congress party will work as a family. So huge relief for the Congress that finally they have got D.K. Shivakumar on board in this whole and accepting being deputy chief minister. So that announcement will take place this evening. While it has already been announced here in Delhi, the CLP meeting will take place in Bengaluru, and then the swearing in will take place on the 20th. That's on Saturday. The Congress keen to have it as a show of strength, to have opposition leaders also present there. So Siddaramaiah said to be the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Once again, let's take a look at his political past.
He had made it very clear from the beginning he was in the running for the top job in Karnataka. And Siddaramaiah has got it. After a tug of war with party chief DK Shivakumar, the veteran politician who openly said this is his last electoral contest was the top choice of the voters in the NDTV CSTS survey during the election campaign.
As far as I am concerned, electoral politics is my last election. This is going to be my last election.
He was first elected to Karnataka Assembly in 1983. In 1994, Siddaramaiah became the Deputy Chief Minister of the state in the Janata Dal government. And again, 10 years later, in 2004, as a part of JDS government, until he was expelled in 2005 after falling out with H.D. Devegowda. Siddaramaiah then joined the Congress party 2 years later in 2008, and he was appointed the Chief Minister after the Congress won the 2013 Assembly polls.
ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಜನರು ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಅವರ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ಅವರ ದುರಾಡಳಿತ ಅವರ ಜನವಿರೋಧಿ ನೀತಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡದೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇವರಿಂದ ಜನ ಬೇಸತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಜನ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಹೊಸ ಅದು ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಜನ ತೀರ್ಪು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ.
In the election campaign, Siddaramaiah has had to extricate himself from a bit of a hole after talking about a corrupt Lingayat Chief Minister, trying to explain that he was talking about current Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai in particular and was not insulting the electorally important Lingayat community. Siddaramaiah comes from the Kurba caste, the third biggest chunk of the voters after Lingayats and Vokaligas. The war horse, along with DK Shivakumar, ran a relentless anti-corruption and focused pro-poor campaign in the state to topple the BJP. And now the party has trusted him once again.
All right, and with that, time for us to shift into some business news. Let's go across to Sakshi.
That's right. Well, spending in any way besides cash while traveling abroad changes now. And why is that? Well, that's because the government, in consultation with the Reserve Bank of India, has amended rules under the Foreign Exchange Management Act, bringing in international credit card spends outside India under the liberalized remittance scheme. So while this notification brings transactions through credit cards outside India under the ambit of RBI's remittance scheme with immediate effect, we have an expert joining us to break down the details and really simplify this for you and me. We have Mr. Ravi Sutanjani, fintech influencer, to answer all your FAQs or frequently asked questions on credit card spend and forex spend. So thank you, Mr. Ravi Sutanjani, for joining us. And of course, a lot of curious travelers have been reaching out to us. They have been reaching out to us with a number of questions. And the number one question really is, what will be the rate of tax collected at source?
Thanks for having me, Sakshi. Pleasure to be at NDTV. So, it's going to be 20% from July 1 onwards, and currently forex cards, bank, debit card, all of these comes under the ambit of LRS. With the recent development, now credit card transactions too will be part of LRS, right? So, as per the current notification, the rates would be 5% till June 30th. And after that, it would be 20% on any transaction that you make international. While traveling internationally, yeah.
All right. Of course, a lot of viewers also asking, so will they have to now pay more for their travel or hotel bookings, their meals, also while shopping abroad? Does that get costlier now?
So one thing we'll have to specifically understand that there is a difference between tax and TCS, right? So TCS is generally charged by the seller for a service or your bank when you make a transaction, and they pay the liability on your behalf to the government. You can claim that amount while filing your return. You can adjust against your advance tax. So it's not precisely a tax, but it's more of a compliance measure to make sure that more and more people file their taxes. So obviously your cost would become significantly higher because let's take an example, right? So the current package for a overseas travel may cost like 5 lakh rupees. With 20% TCS, you need to pay additional 1 lakh rupees on top of it. And that additional 1 lakh rupees, you can only claim it back while filing your income tax returns as per your tax liabilities, Sakshi.
Right. Also, many asking, what if they're traveling for work? So how does this impact them as, in terms of their costs, their expenses, if their company sends them, and, what gets costlier then?
So I think we also need to wait for certain fine prints from the government's end. There are two use case scenario basically. So one is where people travel internationally for work and they use their personal credit card or maybe their bank account and they get it reimbursed later from their company, right? But in a couple of cases, they also use corporate credit card. So we need to wait for the fine prints. But for sure, one thing is clear that if you are traveling abroad and you are using your personal credit card, debit card, Forex card, it will fall under the LRS purview and the applicable tax TCS will be deducted from the bank or credit card company itself, Sakshi.
Right, and a very important question coming in from, of course, a lot of concerned parents and of for paying for education expenses for their children abroad. So, do the costs get expensive there, and of course, does medical expenditure also get impacted?
So a very important thing to understand for the purpose of education and also, medical treatment, there is no change in the proposal whatsoever. So even if you get educational loan, the TCS rate, if it's 0.5%, it's going to be the same. And there is no proposal to change it in the current financial year. Same goes for medical treatment, right? So they are not at all impacted. However, if you use your credit card internationally for these purposes, you need to be slightly cautious whether what is the category of merchant. So medical and education is not impacted at all currently, but beyond that, if there is any transaction related to travel, your hotel, when you even go for a coffee and when you swipe your credit card or maybe Forex card, it will be liable for 20% TCS from July 1 onwards.
Right. So that's a very important clarification there that medical and education really do not get impacted as of now. Of course, shopping and meals out do. Also, many asking us, what if, they're signing on to some subscriptions, shopping, somebody sitting in India shopping online abroad. How does all of that get impacted?
So while I was reading the circular and we were also speaking to a couple of folks in the finance and business community, I think this is one area where we need to wait for more clarity from the finance ministry or government's end. So, say I am making a transaction in the international currency, but I'm not traveling to that particular country, right? I may be not be traveling to US, but I am making the transaction in USD and not INR. Will I be paying 20% TCS? I think before commenting on that, I think we should wait for the further clarity. I think by EOD or maybe by tomorrow, we'll be in better position to comment on that.
Right. Further clarity, of course, awaited on a move such as this. Many, of course, also concerned and saying, should they now switch to using more cash? How will, will that help them?
So I think a lot of concerns for, if you check the number for last year, Indians spent over like $12 billion on overseas travel, right? And I'm talking about not every one of them were under the purview of LRS. Now talking about alternates, I think a lot of people would definitely want to move to other alternates. Say they would want to buy Forex or USD in India for their foreign travels, but it also comes with certain, limit that how much maximum amount you can keep as USD for your next international travel. So it's around, I think, $3,000. Obviously, if there are different purposes, the amount gets increased. So you need to check with the bank and read the circulars on that. But I think even if you buy foreign currency in India, it is already under the purview of LRS. So this doesn't make really significant change. I think there is a lot of noise around, right? So one thing we have to understand is that bank account, debit card, Forex were already under the purview of LRS. But now credit cards are also included so that more such high value transactions and people fall under the tax net, Sakshi.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. Does it then apply to travel cards? There's also there are many who are, of course, planning their holidays asking now.
Two ways to look at it. So if I go to my favorite bank, I think I just checked with my bank and they said that 20% TCS would be applied to Forex card as well. So say if I want to take $10,000 if I want to load it on my Forex card, so I go to my bank, give them travel details, passport and everything, and they'll load $10,000. But that will fall under the purview of LRS as per the confirmation that I have received from bank. But people are always advisable to check with your respective bank for Forex card and what kind of policies are there with them.
Right. And how does one really claim this on their tax later? That's another very key question being asked.
So, as I said earlier, right, TCS is the tax collected at source. So your bank collects the tax TCS on behalf of you, and you can claim it when you file your ITR at the end of the financial year. Now, there's a caveat, right? So people need to wait for around like 12 to 18 months at max. And while you can adjust that TCS against your advanced tax liability, so it would be slightly beneficial for people who have higher advanced tax liability, like self-employed and businessmen. But
we have assured the people of Karnataka, personal interest is next, party interest is first. That is what my commitment is. That is how we have to work.
You finally agreed to the Congress president's decision. It must have been very difficult for you because you've toiled, worked. I've seen you in the state of Karnataka from the time when the Congress was decimated to bring it together. After working hard, you always want that gain, and that is why you were extremely determined for that top post. How did you finally concede to this?
See, ultimately, for various reasons, suppose you think that we have done not won the election, what would have been the position? So now we have won. We have to get the fruit out of it. So to get the fruit, it is not me alone. Lakhs and lakhs of workers have done their best, suffered, worked hard. So we'll have to look at their end also.
The role of the Gandhis, many people have been asking you about that. You have been extremely loyal, and I remember asking you in Bangalore before you came here, you said that you will be a loyalist, you're not a rebel and you're not a blackmailer. You've stuck to your word. How did you finally, come out and you said, humanity reward will finally happen? It's not easy to give up the chief ministership. How did you do that?
See, once when we agree that we will leave it to the High Command, we made a one-line resolution that we will make it to the High Command. We will have to accept that. It is a verdict. A lot of us will be arguing in the court. Ultimately, what judge said has to be accepted. Like that, the Congress president, we all 135 members, all of them joined and said that we will leave it to the High Command. And it was the High Command decision, that's all.
Did Sonia Gandhi speak to you? Were you able, because you have always, said that she's like a mother, the party is like a mother. Did her intervention help in any way?
I don't want to bring Mrs. Gandhi or Gandhi family. I just met Rahulji, I met Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, I met my ACC office bearers. That's it.
In terms of power sharing, sir, now that we all know that both Mr. Siddaramaiah and you worked together in the campaign, but you all have had your differences. When you took over the party was completely down and out. How are you going to work together and allow this power sharing that takes place?
See, why are you just looking at, still you need, the work has to start, it has to start, at least you need about a week or something to start. Let it start. Let the process go on. Let us see the success story.
You have to deliver for the party 2024, and that means you need to work with Mr. Siddaramaiah and ensure also that the poor that voted, the middle class that voted, the fact that I've never seen, I'm from Karnataka myself, I've never seen such a massive mandate for the last 30 years. So it's going to be extremely difficult for you to implement that guarantee program that you've given, because it's thousands and thousands of crores. How are you going to do it on the ground?
Just wait, watch. We will take a decision on 20th, the first cabinet. We know economics, we have already worked out. We will decide and we'll let you know.
You were power minister, you were able to implement real grassroots power reforms there. In this is, some will say populist, 51,000 crores is approximately the figure that they're talking about. Karnataka is a good state in comparison to other southern states in terms of finances. Will this be a crisis for the party, for the government in at large?
Why are you wasting your time on the numbers, on the finances? You leave it to us. We are well experienced, we will manage, we will show, we will implement. We have a dedicated team for it. We have just worked out all the economics. And let the people reach whatever we have spoken. Then let us discuss things.
One last question, Mr. Siddaramaiah, and you have a, how are you going to work together and ensure that for the next 5 years, the Congress government will be stable? Because that's something that the people of Karnataka are really expecting, and that is why they gave the Congress a massive mandate.
Watch out for next 5 years and come back to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, speaking to NDTV. We wish him very well and explaining to us why he finally decided to make a breakthrough with the Congress High Command intervening. With camera person Sushil Rati, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Right, as the Congress ended their deadlock, my colleague Sunil Prabhu has just caught up with D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister designate for Karnataka. He will be sworn in day after tomorrow, but he has said the High Command has made the decision. He is going to honour that decision. The party interest always trumps personal interest, is what D.K. Shivakumar has said on record. And when asked about how he's going to assure stability with the whole power tussle with Siddaramaiah, he said we need to wait and watch. We'll keep tracking all the latest developments for you as far as Karnataka is concerned. Let's quickly get you our top story as well at the moment. Kiran Rijiju was removed as Union Law Minister today and replaced by Arjun Ram Meghwal in a stunning move just a year before the national election. Were we expecting this? No. But Mr. Rijiju, known to be one of the government's most high-profile ministers and a troubleshooter, has been moved to the relatively low-key Ministry of Earth Sciences less than a year after he was promoted to the Law Ministry with cabinet status. Meanwhile, Arjun Ram Meghwal, Minister of State in charge of Parliamentary Affairs, will now also have independent charge of the Law Ministry. This is the first time in recent history that the Law Minister is not of cabinet rank. My colleague Megha Prasad caught up with Arjun Ram Meghwal, the Union Law Minister, just a few moments ago, and here's what he had to say.
Mr. Meghwal, congratulations on the new appointment, the new big job that you've been given, and thank you for speaking to NDTV. My first question to you, a big responsibility, sir. You've been chosen. You know what's the reason behind it?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पे विश्वास प्रकट किया। जी। बाकी जैसे आपने कहा, हर नया दायित्व जो है वो चुनौतीपूर्ण ही होता है। जी। और ये मान के चलना कि संविधान हमें सब कुछ सीख देता है, उसके अनुसार ही काम करेंगे हम।
अचानक से इस तरीके से किरण रिजिजू जी को शिफ्ट करना और आपको लाना, उसके पीछे क्या वजह हो?
मैंने कहा ना, ये मेरा काम है ही नहीं। संविधान के अनुसार काम करना यही मेरा काम है।
जो पिछले 3-4-6 महीने में इतनी सारी रनिंग्स हुई हैं किरण रिजिजू जी की, जुडिशरी के साथ, CJI के साथ बहुत स्टेटमेंट्स हुए हैं जो प्रेजेंट नहीं थे। आपको लगता है ये सब कंट्रीब्यूट किया है उन्हें हटाने के लिए?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं। देखिए, न्यायपालिका और कार्यपालिका के संबंध मधुर रहे हैं, मधुर रहेंगे, संविधान के अनुसार ही रहते हैं, संविधान के अनुसार ही हम काम करते हैं।
आपकी प्रधानमंत्री जी से
सीमाएं तय कर रखी है संविधान
जी। आपकी प्रधानमंत्री जी
अभी हम
आज सुबह जब
इंटरनेशनल म्यूजियम का जो एक्सपो था उसमें साथ ही
उन्होंने कुछ कहा आपको ये जिम्मेदारी देने के लिए?
वो हमारा इंटरनल मामला है।
तो सर, आपके ऊपर क्या जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि रिजिजू जी के साथ जितनी चीजें हुई है, क्या उसको सेटल?
मैंने आपको बताया नहीं कि संविधान के अनुसार काम करना हमारी ड्यूटी है, उसके अनुसार ही।
फाइनली राजस्थान,
ये फाइनली
राजस्थान इज गोइंग टू आपको लाना,
कोई उसके साथ कोई संबंध नहीं,
कोई ताल्लुकात नहीं।
कोई संबंध नहीं।
थैंक यू।
In other news, in a big relief for the governments of Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and Karnataka, the Supreme Court upheld the validity of the traditional bull taming sport Jallikat and bullock cart races. In its verdict, the Supreme Court has said the state's acts are legally valid, and this order was pronounced by a 5-judge constitution bench headed by Justice K.M. Joseph. The Supreme Court said legislature has declared that Jallikat is part of cultural heritage of Tamil Nadu. Judiciary cannot take a different view.
We are joined by Raghupati, who is the Tamil Nadu Law Minister. Sir, today Supreme Court has given verdict in the Jallikattu case. How do you see this verdict?
It is an historical event that it is a very good implementation of Jallikattu. It is an ancient, traditional, cultural, heroic game of the Tamil Nadu. So we want the game to be continued, the sports should be continued. So now the Supreme Court, in the history of the Supreme Court recently, full bench has been given. All the 5 judges have given the same verdict for the stuff taken by our leader.
Also Supreme Court, while allowing the law, has also passed some directions and also regulations to ensure.
If there is any parts of directions or regulations, definitely. In the case itself, we will argue that any conditions or directions or regulations, definitely the government will accept it. So if there is any conditions, definitely we will accept it.
Okay. So that's Raghupati, who is the Law Minister of Tamil Nadu, who has welcomed the verdict of the Supreme Court, which has allowed Jallikattu sport in the state of Tamil Nadu. With camera person Azam Siddiq, this is Arvind Gunasekar for NDTV.
Jallikattu is a type of bovine sports, and we are satisfied on the basis of materials disclosed before us that it is going on in the state of Tamil Nadu for at least last century. But whether this has become integral part of Tamil culture or not requires religious, cultural and social analysis in greater detail, which in our opinion is an exercise that cannot be undertaken by the judiciary. Since legislative exercise has already been undertaken and Jallikattu has been found to be part of cultural heritage of Tamil Nadu, we would not disrupt this view of the legislature.
Quick recap for you on the big story we've been tracking all afternoon. Siddaramaiah will be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka and DK Shivakumar, his deputy. This is what the Congress has announced, ending 5 days of suspense after the party's election win over the weekend. Now, the oath will take place actually on Saturday, day after tomorrow. And the decision was announced by Congress spokesperson Randeep Surjewala as well as KC Venugopal at a news conference after days of